When I say that my roommate Jack is an amateur at directing, I'm making an understatement. I mean, going into this little project of his, he literally had no experience. I don't know why he thought that this would be a great idea. I couldn't tell you how his brain works, to be honest. It all began one boring night in my college dorm. It was a weeknight. Couldn't be fucked to get started on our assignments, so we decided to watch the Blair Witch Project instead. I swear, he must have been one of the last people on Earth who hadn't seen it at that point. I guess he loved it, because he wouldn't stop talking about it afterwards, specifically about how he could probably make something similar to it and blow up. Fuck studying, man, I remember him saying to me. I could do it. How hard could it be? Tried to get him to come back down to reality, but he wasn't having it at the time. Thankfully, he ended up dropping the topic a few days later, or at least that's what I thought at first. As soon as we'd finished our final exam and the year ended, he came up and asked if I wanted to be in the new film that he was directing. Obviously, I said no. Do you even have a decent camera? Or script? I asked him. Dude, relax. I have everything, he said to me, seemingly trying to hold back a grin. I guess he really thought that this was a get-rich-quick scheme or something. Look, can you just do it? I don't want to pay an actor. I've literally asked everybody I know, but I'm still missing one character. I don't know whether I should have been more insulted that he expected me to do this for free, or that I was one of the last people that he'd asked. However, I'd just gotten some incredibly shitty news a few days prior. Didn't get the summer internship I'd been hoping for. With melancholy plaguing my thoughts, I decided to take him up on his offer. Might as well, you know. As it turned out, Jack wasn't lying when he said that he figured everything out. He'd borrowed a fairly decent camera from his uncle, had actually secured a shooting location. It was a small, abandoned town off the coast of Italy. It's going quite interestingly, to say the least. There were two other guys who were supposed to be part of this whole thing, Wayland and Mick. I already knew them both, but Jack knew them better. He'd managed to obtain plane tickets for us through his girlfriend, who worked at an airport. On top of all this, he'd also set up a free accommodation for us at a motel located in a town about 90 minutes drive from the abandoned one. Apparently, the owner of the chain was a good friend of his dad's. Surprisingly, everything seemed good to go. We made the trip out there and checked into the motel about a week later. At this point, I was still incredibly skeptical about how this film was going to turn out. In all honesty, I was expecting it to crash and burn in a week. These thoughts were only bolstered when Jack admitted that he hadn't written a script. What the hell? Wayland asked. Well, what are we supposed to do in front of the camera then? Just act natural, Jack responded. You think the Blair Witch Project had a script? I mean, it probably did, Mick chimed in. Jack just continued. Whatever, look, if we read off a script, then it runs the risk of sounding unnatural. This town's apparently creepy as fuck. Just go along with the vibe. Do you at least have some kind of story in mind? I asked him. Yeah, of course. 4 friends are documenting their vacation in Italy. One day, while at a bar in a small town, they're told about an abandoned place near the coast where some weird shit always goes down. Being extremely skeptical, they all go and check it out, and then they get fucked. We won't even need any creature prosthetics or anything. It'll be psychological horror, where something's clearly wrong, but nobody can figure out what exactly. Just act scared for fuck's sake. This seemed to satisfy Mick and Wayland, but I could tell that they also thought that deep down, they sounded like shit. Whatever, I thought. At least I could go on vacation for a while. For the first week, we just went and dicked around Sicily, getting shit-faced at bars, being a general nuisance to the locals. This was supposed to be the first act of the movie. However, we kind of winged the filming part. In other words, the footage looked like ass. It's good enough. These are the unimportant parts anyway. Who cares? That was all that Jack said when we watched it back. I mean, he was the director. After that, we decided to finally get to work. Jack had the idea of incorporating some locals into the film, with their consent, of course. We entered a bar in the small town that we were staying at and tried to set up the scene. Jack spotted a middle-aged guy near the back and approached him, trying to explain to him what we were trying to do. Halfway through Jack's painful interpretation of Italian language, the guy interrupted him. All right, kid, I can speak English. What the hell is it that you want? Jack breathed a sigh of relief. So we're shooting a horror film. 4 guys on vacation in Italy. In this one scene, we're sitting at a table in a bar discussing where we're going to go next. One of us brings up the abandoned coastal town near here. We decide that would be a fun place to go. And that's when you chime in, say some bullshit about how we shouldn't go because there's a black-eyed demon who lives there or something. Now, you'll be doing this for free, but if this thing becomes big, I'll wire you some money. Just give us your contact information. After Jack's spiel, the man just looked at him for a while, mouth agape. Then he chuckled. Kids are ballsy, I'll tell you that. Wayland raised his eyebrow. What do you mean? The man then looked at us as if we'd said the most ridiculous thing in the world. You're telling me you guys didn't do any research before coming here? We all collectively shrugged. The man seemed to contemplate something for a second before replying. I guess it's more of a local issue. Not too many people around here even know about it. News wouldn't report what really happened. Wait, what did he just say? What do you mean? I asked him. He glanced over at us with somewhat of a morbid expression. There's a reason the place is abandoned, you know. Mainstream story was a fire caused the evacuation. However, only 2 houses actually burned down. It's what caused the fire that made everybody leave, but it wasn't a stove or an arsonist. It's something you guys aren't ready to understand. I advise you to stay the hell away from there. The man turned back towards the bar and just started sipping on his beer again. We just stood there in a collective shock. Jack spoke back up. Dude, that was amazing. Could you do it again, please? But on film this time? The guy turned around. Kid, are you stupid or something? He threw some bills onto the counter and got up. Younger generation, you guys don't listen to you. That's why the news is filled with stories of people like you fucking up somewhere. Take my advice. Just like that, it was gone. Now, no one wanted to admit it, but the whole conversation did get us a bit spooked. Jack just wrote it off as some guy trying to scare us. And again, we just agreed. In retrospect, listening to Jack's mental gymnastics attempting to justify why this was still a good idea is probably our biggest mistake. Anyway, we managed to shoot the scene with the help of some other tourists, and they didn't seem to know anything about the town, so they made up a story about how an insane religious zealot performed some ritual, and now the place made anybody who went there lose their minds. Things seemed to come together quite nice. However, the whole time we were shooting, I couldn't help but notice that the bartender was sneaking glances over at us. And as we left, I could have sworn seeing him shake his head somewhat solemnly. That should have been another sign for us to leave, but alas, we continued. We headed back to the motel and planned the trip out the next day. The story that we created was extremely generic. The guys go there and mess around for a few hours with nothing extraordinary happening. As they're about to leave, they spot some weird symbols that have been spray painted on the walls and floor of one of the buildings. They keep coming back, things just keep escalating until they start going insane. The film was supposed to end with one of us standing in the water at night, walking backwards in a jerking motion towards the camera. Sounds more corny than scary, right? Well, at this point, we were too deep in to back out. We made a drive out there in our rented car the next morning. We got in directions off of Google Maps, but the main road to the location was blocked for whatever reason. Because of that, we had to find a detour. Eventually, we did manage to get there, but it took around 2 hours. That was kind of annoying. What was even more annoying was the wooden barriers around the place. It really looked like they were trying to keep people out. So I started questioning the legality of this. However, Jack quelled these concerns by telling us about a film shot entirely in Disney World without the park's consent, so we just kept on. Besides, this was such a small, insignificant place. Who would care? We walked around for a while, trying to map out where everything was. It was an easy task as the place was quite small. You could walk end to end through the town in about 10 minutes. The man at the bar was also right. 2 houses seemed to have been burnt down. The rest of the buildings, while empty and having moderate signs of environmental damage, looked to be perfectly fine. In fact, the place didn't give off much of a creepy vibe at all. At first. We filmed for a few hours before we called it a day. I have to say, it was honestly coming together better than I thought it could have. As it turns out, Wayland was quite the actor. Nick and I also managed to hold our own. In addition to that, Jack's camera work wasn't terrible. Now, it wasn't good by any means, but it looked quite authentic and on par with modern-day found footage films. He must have taken a few classes, you know. As the sun began to set, we decided to wrap it up for the rest of the day and head back. As we were about to leave, I decided to take a look in one of the burnt houses. just out of pure curiosity. As I walked around the blackened, dilapidated structure, nothing really seemed to pop out at first. It was until I looked at the floor. They were footprints. At first I thought they must have been due to the dust, which worried me. I mean, there couldn't have been anybody else here. However, when I examined them closer, I realized something much stranger. The footsteps seemed to have sunken in, as if somebody took a heavy weight shaped like the bottom of a shoe and pressed it into the floorboards. This was weird, to say the least, but not that weird. I mean, not enough for me to think about it too long anyway. I jogged back to the car where everybody was waiting and told them all about it. As expected, they just told me it was nothing. And that's also what I told myself. Nothing extremely out of the ordinary occurred the following days either. At that point, we'd even gotten around 45 minutes of decent footage. It was only until a week into shooting when I realized that something just wasn't right about this place. A feeling of wrongness had been subtly building ever since we'd gotten there, but either nobody else noticed or nobody else wanted to admit it. I was watching over some footage that we'd shot a few days ago, and in it the sun was starting to set. The thing is, I noticed something in the distance off the shore, in the water. At first it just appeared to be a splash, but it was huge. What else could have caused it? Curious, I played the footage and watched even closer. Now, the background was pretty blurry, and the splash was only in the shot for a few seconds. But I could have sworn there was something behind it. Almost like a dark figure? A person? No way, I thought. That made no fucking sense, you know? Even though I tried rationalizing this by telling myself it was a trick of the light, my overactive imagination, or something, I still couldn't stop thinking about it. I thought about telling the others, but I know that they wouldn't think anything about it. Especially Jack. He seemed to have gotten a lot more serious about the whole thing. My suspicions were confirmed when night came. We were getting ready to head out of there when he stopped us. "Look, I have an idea," he said. "Let's stay here for the night. I packed sleeping bags, I packed some food." "Fuck that," Nick said. "Why would I want to spend the night in this dusty-ass place?" After seeing that footage, I also shared his sentiment. I didn't want to do this. Jack kept going. "Look, what makes a movie suspenseful? Conflict, right? So far, there's been none of that. We found some spooky symbols, heard some noises, but that's it. Imagine this. Our car's broken down in the scene. Try to start it. It won't go. So we start arguing with each other. Okay, oh, it's your fault. Oh, it's his fault. That kind of shit, right? As it ends up, we're forced to sleep here in one of the houses. Then, sometime during the night, we wake up to some strange noises outside, so we look out the windows. We see a figure crouching behind the bushes or something. Tell me that doesn't sound fucking amazing." While it didn't sound like anything original, this is what the movie needed. The others protested a bit before eventually coming to a consensus. I also reluctantly agreed. However, I sure as hell wasn't excited about the night. We moved into one of the houses, we set up our sleeping bags there. Jack wanted us to only get a few hours of sleep before we started filming the night scene. "Authenticity," he explained. "The more tired you are, the more real it'll seem." I had to hand it to him at that point. The guy was dedicated. At about 1 a.m., he woke us up. He was already filming. The plan was to have Mick go out beforehand, start making deep groaning noises. He'd also be the figure crouching behind the bush. We were planning to shoot and edit in a scene with all four of us watching from inside the house later. Groggily, I got up and played along. "What's going on?" I mumbled. Jack put on his scared voice. "You guys didn't hear that shit? Listen." As Waylon and I strained our ears, he filmed this. As expected, we heard Mick's groaning from outside. "The hell is that?" Waylon responded, deliberately making his voice go shaky at the end of the sentence. "Fuck if I know," Jack responded. "Sounds like it's coming from somewhere near the shore." He took the camera and started filming through the windows. "Shit. I think I see someone in the bushes." He paused for a second. "Wait. The hell?" His tone changed drastically. He put the camera down and turned back to us. "Guys, what the fuck is that in the water?" His voice had gone completely sober at that point. Didn't sound like acting at all. In addition to that, his face had gone completely pale. Confused, I just kept the act up. "What do you mean? What's in the bushes?" "I'm being fucking serious." He cut me off. "Look, out of the sea." With a sense of dread creeping into my psyche, Mike and I did what he said. However, I couldn't see anything. Have you gone mental, Jack? There's nothing, I heard Mick blurt out. Are you kidding me? Jack pushed him out of the way and started scanning for himself. What the fuck is going on? I heard him mutter. However, as I kept observing the water, I noticed something rather peculiar and frighteningly familiar. The waves were incredibly light that night, so I was able to make out in the distance splashes. Large ones, and they seemed to be getting closer. Suddenly, I remembered the splash from the found footage that I'd been looking at earlier. Give me the camera, I told Jack. Although he had a muddled look on his face, he didn't protest and just handed it over. I turned it back on and started filming the splashes, and... Oh God, what the fuck did I see? It was a figure wading through the water, coming towards us. It also seemed to have some kind of deep red glow emanating off of it. When I zoomed in, it was apparent that it was wearing some old-looking deep-sea diving gear, but without a helmet. The weirdest part was, when I tried to focus on the details of its face, I couldn't. It's not the camera didn't have the capability. My eyes it couldn't take it. They started stinging and watering, and I'd have to turn away, but from the split seconds that I managed to sneak a look, the face appeared to be distorted in a sense. Almost like it was that of a typical man, but passed through multiple filters of some sort. Safe to say this was beyond fucked up. I put the camera down. Jesus Christ. I reeled back in shock. I decided to test my suspicions and looked back at the water. The figure was gone. At least from my vision, I could still see the splashes. They were getting dangerously close now. What the hell is it? Jack and Waylon asked me in near unison. I gave them the camera, and they took turns witnessing what I had just seen in abject horror. We need to leave, Jack uttered, in the most drastic tone I'd ever heard come from him. What the hell are you guys doing? I heard Mick call from the bushes. He was looking up at us, holding his arms up. I watched in horror as large footprints started appearing in the beach behind him. Run to the fucking car! Was all I could manage to get out. He flinched for a second before turning around to witness sand being manipulated by an invisible force. He bolted right after that. We didn't even bother rolling up our sleeping bags. We just ran like hell out of there, being the slowest of the bunch. I was the last one to leave the house we were in. However, in my mad dash towards the vehicle, I slipped in some pebbles and crashed to the ground, scraping my wrists. As I reeled from the pain, I swore that I was able to somehow sense a presence coming towards me. It's hard to explain. It was like the air around me began to feel hostile. In addition to that, I could hear multiple voices coming towards me, but none of them were distinguishable. They all seemed to be blending together, forming a disturbing cacophony of noise. And the worst part of it all, I couldn't move. I remember just sitting there, trying to prop myself up, but my arms were moving about an inch a minute. It also felt like I was being dragged down into the earth. A few seconds later, I heard the sound of pavement being crunched behind me. The closer and closer it got, the more and more it felt like I was sinking into hell. My vision started blacking out before I snapped out of whatever trance I was in. I watched as a bright light flew past and hit something behind me. The suffocating disharmony of voices suddenly stopped and was replaced by a loud, guttural grunt. I looked up to see Jack standing about 30 meters away, holding a flare gun in one hand and the camera in the other. I took the chance and scrambled up, dashing towards the car. I got in and we sped the hell out of there. We decided to end the trip early. As soon as morning comes, we're taking the next flight out of here. The rest of the guys, they finally drifted off to sleep, but I just can't. That feeling of sinking terror as the thing approached me, I can't stop thinking about it. I can almost feel it still. I picked up the camera again and I skimmed through the footage. There's no way in hell that we weren't showing this to somebody. Maybe there were answers out there. However, when I played the footage back, the thing was gone. I could see the water splashing, the concrete crumbling under its force, me paralyzed on the ground, but that goddamn thing was just not there. I'm not too ashamed to say that I made some stupid decisions in my teenage years. Most of them resulted in little more than scrapes and stories, though on more than one occasion I found myself in the back of a squad car pleading my case with an annoyed sheriff. No, Me and my buddies would have told you that, for the most part, we were relatively harmless. But one day, early in my senior year, I had an experience that still haunts me. A memory that I can't look at directly without a wave of goosebumps sweeping over my skin. Travis was the one who suggested, of course. Travis, the undisputed king of horrible, awful, awesome ideas. Travis, who once suggested tying sleds to the back of his truck while he did burnouts in a snow-covered parking lot. It's been nearly 20 years, but I'm still picking pieces of gravel out of my elbows from that one. That's not the memory that keeps me up at night. No, I earned those mental scars on crisp fall afternoons, still a month from the year's first snow. Travis had approached me and 2 other friends after football practice, his trademark chipped front tooth making him seem like a crazed moonshiner. "I know what we're doing tonight," he'd say. "The hotel down Highway 43 got bed bugs. We're going there with Leah and her friends." I shot him a quizzical look. "You want to get bed bugs?" "What are you, stupid?" he asked. "No, they're not gassing the bugs out until later this month. In the meantime, the entire place is deserted. We're going to go swimming in the indoor pool. My uncle worked on their AC system a few years back. He said they never locked the back door to the pool house." My still underdeveloped brain did a quick risk assessment. Not about whether we should trespass and risk arrest, but whether I'd be able to lie to my old man about our plans for the night. I figured it was about even odds, so I agreed. Travis swung by my place later that night in the truck. Unfortunately, my papa's out at a church activity. If he'd been home, maybe he would have stopped me. Maybe I wouldn't have gone into that pool. Maybe none of what was to follow would have happened. I suppose there's no point in going down the long list of what-ifs. I joined a half-dozen friends in the bed of his truck, holding on for dear life as he careened down Main Street. The night was warm for early October, but the wind whipping across the bed of the truck was still cold and crisp on my bare legs below my swim trunks. We passed by a house where Leah, Travis's girlfriend, was waiting along with a few more girls and 2 cases of beer. The hotel was dark when we arrived, its faded facade looking even more forlorn and forsaken than usual. Most of the windows had already been covered in the black plastic sheeting to prepare for the bed bug fumigation that would soon occur, cutting out almost all light. Not the pool house, though. No, the interior of the pool house shone with a faint neon green light. We poured out of the truck with our cans of beer, peering through the still-locked glass doors and the pool that lay beyond. The mysterious neon green light was emanating from a few exit signs hanging above the interior doors. Travis shook out his shoulders and ran at the fence, leaping over it with a few confident motions, before disappearing behind the pool house. A few seconds later, what sounded like a heavy door opened on the other side of the building. He reappeared inside the pool house under one of the exit signs, the hazy green washing out the color of his appearance. He approached the door where we waited, then popped it open with a grin that displayed his half-tooth. I'd like to tell you that I felt some sense of foreboding, that I was nervous, that I had some inkling of what was going to happen. Wish I'd felt something to clue me in. Maybe if I did, I'd feel better about swimming nowadays. I didn't. We all immediately jumped into the water in a cacophony of screams and shouts. The game of chicken was set up almost immediately. Jane, one of Leah's friends, hopped on my shoulders, fighting with Travis and Leah. We gave a valiant effort, but eventually lost when Travis swept my leg. At the time, it just felt like another night in a small Maine town. I got out of the water and downed another long sip of warm beer before walking over to the deep end. The signs along the side of the pool warned me, in no uncertain terms, that diving was prohibited, that the water was only 6 feet deep, that serious injury could occur, perhaps due to the pleasant tipsy sensation I was beginning to feel. I dove into the dark green water anyway. I opened my eyes underwater, expecting to see little more than green-tinged darkness, when instead of the dim bottom of the pool, I saw the shimmering surface of the water. And beyond that, bright lights. I swam toward it, immediately confused. Had I turned around somehow and had someone turn on the lights? I rubbed the water from my eyes as my head broke the surface of the water, pure confusion taking over me. I was floating in a pool, but But I was no longer in the pool house, surrounded by my friends. Instead, I was treading water in a brightly lit pit, flanked by 4 high square walls that extended up at least 40 feet to several large fluorescent lights on the ceiling above. I swam over to one of the walls looking for an exit or a place to rest. The walls consisted of smooth tiles and grout, the kind you'd see in a nice bathroom. I slowly swam around the 4 sides, but found no purchase, no exit, no markings of any kind. "Hello?" I shouted. My voice bounced off the walls, returning my own greeting back to me from every angle. "Is anyone here?" Again, my voice echoed back for nearly 10 seconds before fading into silence. Not silence. Even at this distance, the incessant buzz of the fluorescent lights overhead was faintly audible over the sound of my treading water. The next several minutes passed with me alternating between calling out for help, trying to wake up from whatever this nightmare was. My arms and legs were already beginning to ache. If I didn't get help soon, I'd drown. I thought back to my dive, back to when I'd first seen the shimmering surface of the water. I had seen it where I expected to see the bottom of the hotel pool. That didn't make sense to me, but a new thought suddenly occurred to me. I stuck my face into the water and looked down. The water was at least 20 feet deep, but at least it was clear. The tile walls continued down below the surface, and there, way down at the dark bottom of the pool, the ground shimmered, almost as if it was the surface of water. I felt myself begin to hyperventilate, so I took a deep breath and leaned to float on my back. The water rushed over my ears, replacing the sound of buzzing lights with a thunderous pulse of my own heartbeat. I floated on my back for what felt like an eternity, but it was probably no more than 90 seconds when my heart rate had slowed from the thundering to merely drumming. I took a deep breath, then dove down and began swimming towards the shimmering surface far below me. The pressure built up in my ears, but I knew enough to blow out my nose to equalize. After a few final panicked strokes, I reached the surface of the water at the bottom of the pool and burst through. There was no neon green light on the other side. No sounds of my friends, nothing but pitch-black darkness and echoing drips as my breath returned. Gasping and sputtering, I appeared to be in a cramped concrete tunnel of some kind. The walls were rough and met in an arch just a few inches over my head. "Hello?" I called out again. My voice shot down the tunnel in either direction, bouncing off the raw concrete as it traveled out into the distance. After a moment of terrified thought, I picked one direction as forward and started swimming, all too aware of my rapidly decreasing energy. I did my best to move straight, but in the pitch blackness, I still found myself bumping my head into the concrete arch when I drifted off course. I was bringing my foot forward to pull another stroke when my hand suddenly hit the tendrils of something organic and sticky. I jerked away in a panic, bumping my head hard against the concrete ceiling. My left hand swung towards the other wall of the tunnel, where yet more organic tendrils awaited me. They reminded me how the octopus tentacles at our local aquarium felt wrapped around my hand when I visited back in elementary school. I paddled water for a moment, slowly reaching out. The entire surface of the concrete walls below the water was covered in organic tentacles. Then the worst of it, off in the distance ahead of me, a distant metallic clinking sound grew steadily louder, like iron chains scraping against concrete. The tendrils on the walls responded to the sound, reaching out for me. The tunnel was still dark, pitch black, but I couldn't help but imagine some horrific creature making its way down the darkness of the tunnel towards me. Those horrible scraping chains were rapidly getting louder, but the echoing made it almost impossible to tell exactly how far. I dove down in the water, searching desperately for any light. There, some distance below me, I found yet another shimmering spot. I came up for a quick breath of air, the metal on concrete coming from close enough that I feared I'd touch it if I reached out a hand. With a terrified moan, I dove down once more, fighting off the organic stickiness that attempted to wrap around my arm. I burst through this new surface and was immediately grateful that there seemed to be at least some light in this new location, even if it wasn't the green neon lights that I had been praying for. I spun around, taking in my new surroundings. Judging by the sudden lack of echoes, I was outside in a large open body of water. It was still nighttime, just like it was back in Maine, but I appeared to be inside a fog bank that limited my visibility to just a few feet in every direction. A single hazy point of light. The moon, I assumed, shone through the fog in the distance. My arms, legs, and lungs burned in protest as I slowly treaded water. I paused for a moment, allowing the water to slip over my head, then fought back to the surface. I'd been trotting water for at least 15 minutes without rest. If I didn't find a place to rest, I'd soon drown. The thought surged a shot of adrenaline through me. "Help!" I shouted. "Is anyone there?" The words had barely escaped me when the fog bank rolled past, giving me a clear view of my surroundings. I was treading water on the calm surface of a lake. All around me, fog banks were moving across the surface of the water like implacable glaciers slowly sliding down a mountainslide. And off in the distance, I caught sight of a large metal truss bridge hanging perhaps 20 feet over the surface of the water between the fog banks. I immediately swam towards it, hope rising in my chest. When I thought I would be in earshot, I began shouting again, calling for help. I looked closer as I came to a stop underneath the bridge, staring up at its rusted underside. There were shapes hanging under it, shapes that... My blood ran cold. The shapes were bodies. At least a dozen bodies were chained, hanging upside down under the bridge, swaying in the chill fall breeze. Most were decayed, but several still had skin. One of the newer bodies was a young girl, no older than 11. I stopped swimming, staring up in horror. The pause caused me to sink, almost dipping below the water. The scraping metal sound, the same sound that I'd heard in the dark tunnel. It was coming from above the bridge. I felt my entire body tense up. Then I dove down with only half a lungful of air, half choking on lake water. I didn't know what was making that sound, but I knew if I stayed under the bridge, I'd end up just like those poor people. I pulled at the water furiously, diving down towards what I prayed would be my friends. The lake water soon smothered any visibility from the moonlight, leaving me in pitch blackness. I continued to swim, to scan ahead of me for any shimmering water. My body rebelled, forcing me to take in a mouthful of water. I gagged, then turned back for the surface. For 3 strokes, I feared that I'd gotten turned around, that I was moving down, or worse, sideways. But no, on the next stroke, I saw a faint flash of moonlight. I swam like mad and burst through the surface, coughing and sputtering. I threw up into the lake, most of it water. I spun, trying to get my bearings. He was staring at me from where he hung between the bodies under the bridge. I say he because he was wearing a man's suit coat and slacks as if it were from the 1800s. But I don't think he was human. Humans have eyes, not pits. Humans have fingers attached to their hands instead of chains. Humans can't smile the way he was smiling. He was hanging from his right hand, chains wrapped around a truss. The chains of his other hand reached out and pushed around a few of the bodies, like a child swatting a wind chime. Then he reached for me. The chains holding him to the bridge slowly uncoiled, lowering him towards the surface of the water. The chains on his other hand spread out, snaking towards me with a supernatural speed. I didn't have a master plan. All I knew was that I would do anything rather than be caught, including drown. I took a single sharp gulp of air, then dove down just before the chains reached me. I swam, faster and deeper than before, the adrenaline coursing through my veins like fire. 7 strokes, 8, 11, 15, 23. He still hadn't caught me. He was probably waiting for me to reemerge. I wasn't going to. I continued to pull, my lungs burning, my already tired arms begging me to stop. My lungs gave an involuntary gulp again, but this time I was ready and locked my jaw and lips. 38 strokes. 45. I was starting to lose consciousness, but I was fairly certain I was still swimming straight down at least. At last, I saw light, shimmering neon green light. Darkness crowded at the edge of my vision, but I blew what little air remained in my lungs out in a cacophony of bubbles. And the next thing I knew, I was sputtering water and coughing on a cold concrete floor. I spun around and saw Travis along with my friends, each watching me with a concerned expression. "Dude," Travis said, "where have you been?" "Don't dive into the water," I said between retching coughs. "Don't go into the water." The following recordings are part of the Daedalus operation, a top-secret experiment taking place in authorized by. Only authorized members may listen to these files. 400 hours. We have arrived at the testing site. The others seem pretty upbeat, but I don't share their feelings. It's not my first choice, hardly even my last choice, if I'm being honest. I was assigned here because I've had issues with authority, kicked to the bottom of the totem pole, and given the most grueling of tasks in hopes that I'll eventually resign or wind up killing myself. The assignment my former commanding officer told me was where good men went to die. Don't be deceived into thinking you're ready for what's going to happen here. You aren't. And you never will be. Actually, I took those words to heart as I passed through the triple layer of security and took a moment to calm my heart with a quick smoke. Not the best of habits, I know. But I had also been told that anything outside the quarantine zone wasn't going to be allowed in. All my personal effects, memories of my time serving the military, even the picture of my girlfriend would be left behind. Someone told me that it wasn't too late for me to run and hide. My new boss, a nerfed merc named Roland Matthias, he was either East European or Mediterranean, but he looked like he was the type that meant business. Probably seen twice as many battles as me. He was counting inventory as his soldiers set up base camp, and a senior communications officer was explaining how we'd be able to transmit anything from the other side once we went through. "So, this is for real?" I asked, recalling the bizarre way the mission had been described when I had been told that I was headed to this godforsaken place. The file was thin. It claimed that the building we were now entering had experienced an incident relating to an experiment only about 5 months ago. Since that time, 4 teams had attempted to discern what had happened. None had returned successfully. According to the last transmission, there were large fluctuations in radio waves and electromagnetism. There was a wall of noise, a glitch in the very fabric of our reality. Squad had come to call this zone as a liminal gateway. The only footage we had obtained from the other side showed drab corridors that went on forever, fluorescent lights that hardly provided any illumination at all, and a sense of emptiness that filled anyone who watched the media with a sense of dread. When I saw the report, I had assumed it was some sort of sick joke, or a confusion in the mission statement. But now, as we prepared to barge into the abandoned building, acting as though it was a battle zone, I realized this was more dangerous than anyone had imagined. They told me to get my suit on and be ready to move out in 1 hour. I took the time to call my girlfriend. She didn't even know about my assignment and wasn't entirely sure how to explain it. Thankfully, I only got her voicemail, so I made it quick. "Hey, it's me. I'm on the field again, just like you wanted. I'm about to head out, but I wanted to make sure you're doing okay. Now, we haven't had much time to talk, but I think I'd like to change that. Once this is over, I can just come home. Hell, I wish I could now. I wish I could just run into your arms." The message beeped and I cursed myself, realizing I didn't have enough time to say all the things I wanted to say. I've made so many mistakes to wind up here. My superiors likely wanted me to enter this building and never return. I suited up, took a deep breath. It's time to prove them wrong. 500 hours. I told myself as Matthias finished getting the others ready, I'd do my best to familiarize myself with the names of my fellow comrades. We were but a skeleton crew meant to only investigate as much as possible, report back to HQ, but it was soon very clear that I wasn't the only one here who had been sent to be forgotten. Vincent Carter, team's physician, said that he'd been given the assignment after a botched surgery in Boston. Mr. Lang said there were 2 sisters that needed my assistance. Now, I was on holiday near Evergrove anyway. Tried to save them, but honestly, he'd called me too late. He didn't like that, given the fact that I had alcohol in my breath. Well, I don't have to tell you what happened next, he told me, gesturing aimlessly to the entrance of the abandoned building. I was focusing on the darkness and thinking back to the footage I had seen, asking aloud to Commander Roland. Where does the power source come from? Apparently it was one of many questions that needed to be answered. Weatherby and an analyst that seemed close to Roland was helping to set up a tethering system. All of us would be interconnected to one another via simple pulleys and ropes, as though we were planning a spelunking expedition. It's easy to get lost in there. Make sure you don't lose sight of one another, Weatherby advised all of us. An older soldier that looked like he should already be past retirement barked a complaint as the analyst finished the hooks on the ropes and gave me a gruff look. I immediately noticed that he had a long scar running along the left side of his face, along with a glass orb where his eyes had once been. The older man asked if I had something to bother him with. Commander Matthias told us to send out any messages to family or friends in the event that we don't return. Didn't see you doing that, I commented, as we walked towards the darkness. Nobody out here left for me. Only the shadows are my comfort now, he said, spitting on the ground. Yes, surely there must be someone. He turned and jabbed a finger in my chest, angry that I was still pressing the issue. I said there was no one. Leave it at that. I belong here, the old man growled. I stood in place for a moment, confused by his words as Vincent explained that Marsh was the only one that volunteered. He didn't know why. There were rumors, of course, but nothing solid. I shook off the unease and nodded, activating the light on my helmet, followed the others inside. Matthias was nearing the east wall, setting up small rectangular boxes on the edge of the concrete barrier, and then Weatherby was going to each one and checking to make sure everything was secure. Roland told us to cover our ears. I barely had time to listen as the strange resonating noise filled the empty building. Then I noticed as the noise got louder, that the wall itself seemed to shimmer the way a body of water would, rippling and vibrating frantically as our commander gave us the go-ahead. I hesitated, still unsure about any of this, but it wasn't like I had a choice. The others were already barreling towards the wall as if it wasn't there, and the rope would tug me forward anyway. I closed my eyes and ran as well, the shimmering wall looming ahead. I screamed as I thought that I would collide with it. And then I did hit it, and all around me, reality seemed to glitch. Walls shifted and jolted in and out of existence, hardly there and as firm as a brick all at once, and then I fell to the ground in front of me. It was shag carpet, the kind you might see in a hotel hallway, and as I opened my eyes I saw that there was no need for the night vision anymore. The dim fluorescent lights revealed the long, widening corridors beyond. Immediately my eyes darted about to find the others as I looked down at the rope. It was stretching forward down the hall, but I didn't see much farther than perhaps 20 feet until it fell in complete darkness. Then I swiveled around, expecting to see Carter entering from the real world into the strange beyond from the fake wall. Instead, I saw the same exact, endless corridors, and the rope that was tied to my body that connected to him was stretching in that direction as well for 20 feet until the darkness covered it up. Suddenly I felt very unsure which way I had arrived, or which way I should be going. The walls and ceiling all looked the same bland colors. There were no markings or anything to tell me which direction my companions had gone. So I tried to shout, my voice sounding hollow as it echoed down the hallway. There was no answer. I walked over to the nearest wall and took out a Swiss Army knife from my pocket. I wrote an X on the wall to try to tell me where I was. Then I turned to the left and tugged at the rope, calling to Carter and the others. When silence answered back, I started to pull at the rope and use it as a guide like Matthias had intended. One step at a time in this strange dimension, I said. 700 hours. I don't know how much time's passed since I arrived, but it certainly feels like at least a few hours, because now I'm hungry. I've been following the rope, calling to my fellow soldiers every 100 feet, and wondering if I'll ever be alone forever as I wander these empty liminal spaces. I tell myself not to give up, but it's very hard when it feels like the odds are against me. I've somehow been going in circles as I found the X that I marked on the wall at least 22 times. It doesn't feel like I've turned around. The rope continues to stretch on infinitely. I decided to take a break and eat the first part of my rations, thinking perhaps if I stay out, someone will find me. I'm partially correct. It's not someone. It's something. 0830 hours. I heard something in the distance. It's a low grumbling noise that made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. I knew that it couldn't be any animal I was familiar with. It reminded me of an old video cassette recording, warping and beyond understanding, shrieking and scrambled. Somewhere in front of me. The lights above my head flickered for a moment as the noise got louder, and I stood up, keeping my hand on my rapid-fire weapon, peering down the next endless corridor where the rope stretched to. I saw something in the shadows. It was distorted and scrawny, warped all at the same time, had at least 5 appendages, twisted neck, a head that looked larger than its body, a mouth on its abdomen and claws where its eyes should have been. It moved the way that a scorpion would, its long, messy piercers stabbing in the ground as it crawled, first on the floor, then to the walls, and then the ceiling. Every time it made a noise, the entire corridor resonated with a vibrating ring of energy. It was hurrying towards me. Immediately, I opened fire on the creature, a string of bullets flying from my weapon towards its open stomach. As it got hit, the fleshy tendrils of the legs and flailing arms widened and shook madly, absorbing each blow as if it were just striking at the air, and it was growing larger, too, until the absence of its head was too bulky to even hold its own weight, and it tumbled into the room alongside me. I panicked. I cut the rope, running back the way that I had come to the right, and away from the paths that I had been following. The halls kept stretching on and on, as I weaved and hid, trying to make a distance between myself and the monster. The screams vibrated and changed from being almost on top of me to being far away as I kept moving left then right down the corridors, wondering if I was even getting farther away or not. It was difficult to be sure that there was any progress being made. Then I turned a corner and nearly ran straight into one of the others. Vincent. His eyes wide with fear as he grabbed my shoulders and clasped his hand over my mouth next to prevent any sounds from being heard. We both hunkered down next to a wall as we heard the creature scream and thrash somewhere in a different corridor. Both of us ready to run if necessary. Once the noise died down, I let out a visible sigh of relief and looked down at the rope. He had also untethered, meaning the chances of us being able to meet with the others was even less likely now. He asked if I'd seen anyone else. I shook my head no. He pointed to the right. "Come, there's something you need to see," he said. 10-20 hours. I'm not entirely sure if the measurement of time means much anymore, but I've been trying my best to keep track of our journey here. Carter seemed to know where he was going, following scratches on the wall to the east as he kept his weapon steady and we kept moving. Every so often he would freeze, listen, hide, and hear the strange monster as it shambled past us. And never get too close. Made me wonder if perhaps the creature itself was also lost here. Same as us. Soon I was beginning to wonder if these markings were ever going to lead anywhere, when I saw what looked like a door, and I nearly laughed in astonishment. Running towards it, I unlatched the handle and found myself staring at what resembled a fire escape of some kind. Stairs that seemed to go on infinitely forever above and below us. Carter reached into his pack and took out a small empty water bottle, tossing it to the stairwell below. We didn't hear it hit the bottom, only seeing it vanish in the bottomless pit. "I was about to go exploring this passage when that thing started to hunt me," Carter explained. I wondered how far it went as I checked the rations. We had at least 4 more hours worth of food, but that didn't count for water supply. "We need to find others soon," I told him. Carter didn't respond, instead using the weapon on his left shoulder to aim towards the darkness and try to judge how far down we would be going. Carter shot a random bullet into the pit, wondering if it went all the way to hell. We watched as it flew up and out of sight. And I shook my head as we climbed down. I'd say we're already there. 1,800 hours. We stopped for a break and I offer what little water I have left to share with Carter as he slid down and I stretch my legs. The stairs are endless, just like the corridor we came from, and I'm beginning to get the feeling that we may never leave. It makes my throat feel dry and my legs are numb to the reality that I'll likely die here, just as it was intended. He said that Marsh would know what to do and then began to explain why the old man had volunteered. Carter laughed and tossed his empty food can into the pit. He claimed that he was searching for something, like he had been here before, I don't know. Didn't make sense, but he definitely seemed to know what he was doing. She was the commanding officer instead of Matthias. Must be some rhyme and reason to this labyrinth. I was about to reply when I heard something and looked up above. It sounded like a scream. A second later, a body fell right past me and I fumbled back against the wall. A moment later, we heard a loud thud. Getting to our feet, we ran down about 5 more floors of stairs to see that the analyst that had been hired to keep us alive was now the first victim of this maze. I looked above us into the infinite stairwell. Do you think it was that thing? And it's following us? I asked. Carter pointed his weapon towards the corridor to the left. This one was narrow and cramped, leading to a second door which had marked on it a word that looked like it was in Latin or something. Vincent whispered that it was called Theseus as he opened the door, and we stepped into what looked like a control room of some kind. There were monitors everywhere, at least 100 of them, perhaps more, viewing all the different corridors, corners, and floors of this interior dimensional maze. And near the center, I saw another impossible monstrosity. This one had to be at least 20 feet tall, judging from the angle of the camera. It was chained down on all sides, so it was difficult to be sure how large it was at its full height. It looked like a mad science experiment gone wrong, with the flesh twisted and peeled back all over its body. A mesh between a beast of the field and a man's lower torso. Its head was shaped like that of a bull with 2 bony, cracked horns curving towards the lighting fixture as its cold, dead hazel eyes peered towards the camera. It was looking towards us as if aware of its captivity, thinking of its escape. "This is why this place was built," Vincent told me, his voice hardly a whisper as we checked the other cameras. There were more creatures that I couldn't describe properly on the floors, roaming free and hunting for food, or perhaps just hunting to kill. It occurred to me in these endless corridors it was likely that nothing would be available for resources, so the only thing keeping these beasts going was sheer rage, and perhaps a means of energy, like the lights, I thought as I looked away from the monitors. I thought the commander Roland told us this place was from another reality, a step into an alien world. Why does all this look like we were the ones that made it? I asked, gesturing randomly towards the equipment. "Because this is a containment facility," a voice said from the right side of the control room. It was the old man, Marsh. He was coming in, dragging the corpse of Weatherby alongside him. "As I've tried to explain to the others so many times, these are the wild genetic creations that have no idea what they are, or they belong in the circle of life. This constant agony of nothingness that confines them here will only feed their anger, make them harder to control," he said, as he shut down the systems one by one. "I don't understand why our organization is doing this," I said. Marsh laughed. He told me that I knew already. Weaponizing these dimensional creatures and modifying them to our slaves would change the face of war forever. When they created this liminal space, it was meant for only one monster, that horrid minotaur that I saw chained to the core, but the experiments have spread like cancers. It's gotten out of control. I'll never admit it, but these things can't be contained here forever. The maze is going to eventually implode. He said that he'd seen what it can do firsthand. He passed me a picture of a younger woman, who I guessed was his daughter, and I complimented him, saying, "Take it she was brought here? That's why you'd come?" He told me how they turned this prison into a sacrificial pit. It's the only way to keep the creatures satisfied. They wandered and moaned and consumed everything in the maze, and people like us, people cast aside like her, were the bait. Consumed by their greed, and then, as a result, the maze grows. My hands began to tremble as I passed the picture back to him, realizing what he was implying. "I was told before I came here I was sent here to die. I thought that was just a wild exaggeration, but it was really a mission statement. They can't let these things loose in the real world," I whispered. "And they can't kill them. Maintaining the maze and discovering what we can about them is the safest choice. But it comes with a cost. Feeding these beasts takes a lot of lives. More and more are losing theirs from what is ultimately a forgotten cause." Vincent claimed that it would never be enough. Listen to yourself. We can't go home either. We don't even know how. We need to find a way to kill these things. Marsh, you said the prison could collapse. Could we do that and eliminate the threats from the inside? Asked the old man. He rubbed his beard thoughtfully as we marched out of the control room, and he nodded, saying, It'll take a little bit of time to get in position. There's a way. I've been there before. But I won't be doing anything until I found my daughter. I nodded, checking what little equipment we had left. That we should move together from now on, I said. 1,600 hours. I don't think I should log time anymore, as it's become a constant threat to my sanity. I know that we've been here longer than I'm recording, yet the markers from my journal, they keep me tethered to what I once understood as reality. The endless blank hallways have stretched out on and on as Vincent and Marsh and I keep searching for the last survivor of our group, our commanding officer, along with a daughter that he lost, and I doubt it's even alive. I say that because of the creatures that we've seen here in this hellhole, and Marsh has been more and more lost as time goes on. His earlier ramblings about knowing a way to stop these monsters seem like a faint memory now, as I pull Carter to the side and mutter, How long are we going to let this old man keep us wandering? We have no idea what part of this dimensional prison that we're in. Carter's eyes were bloodshot. His lips were dry. Another reminder that we were out of time. We had no resources left and our energy was scarce at best. Maybe we could find a way back to the command center? Find an exit? He asked, coming to terms with the fact that our search for Roland seemed endless. Before I could speak, I heard Marsh holler for us. It was a cry of distress. Despite our misgivings about the man, we dashed to where he was, in another large empty chamber, and as soon as I saw what had made him scream, I felt numb. Roland, or what was left of him, was left on display in the center of the room. His body was spliced apart, every which way you could imagine, naked and dripping blood as it was held together by what looked like long black chains. Suddenly I realized where we were. This was the center of the maze, where earlier we had seen the strange bull-like beast, the Minotaur, as Marsh had called it. But his story was now falling apart. He had claimed that this was another mad experiment that had failed, and that was what we had seen. And now we were viewing it for ourselves, and all I saw was a tortured, broken man. And yet his organs still seemed to have life in them, as a strange energy pulsed amidst the chains. We're the experiment. Fed into the machine to face these beasts and eventually becoming them, I realized. I heard shrieks coming from the nearby corridor, and I realized that the beasts that we had been chased by earlier were likely coming here soon to harvest what was left of Roland. Marsh fell to his knees, defeated and frustrated, as he screamed and punched the blood-soaked floor. I knew he was thinking of the daughter he sacrificed everything for. Then I turned to Vincent, who was cocking his gun and aiming it at his own mouth, tears streaming down his face. This isn't how I want it to end. I'd rather be dead than used for this freak show, he whispered in a raspy voice. I screamed for him to stop, but it was too late. The echoes of the bullet smashing through his skull alerted the creatures to my location, and I tugged at Marsh, urging him to stand. Go without me. My children want me here, he insisted as he pushed me away. I didn't have time to argue, as the different shambling beasts were already in the core. So I ran to the left, and I didn't look back. Time unknown. How long has it been since then? I've somehow survived. Perhaps it's been a few days, or a few months. I wait for the others to arrive as I wander this place, forced to feed off the men that are left behind, use their carcasses as shelter and security. The creatures are beginning to treat me as part of the maze, giving me my own territory, a back room of sorts that I can wander and scribble on the walls whatever I wish. This is where I began to write warnings in my own experience of the time here, using the long fingernails and rudimentary bones that I have left from our grotesque meals, to which I can remind myself of how I once was human too. I think I walk like a man, but I can't claim to understand the world beyond the maze. Here, thanks to the endless cycles of time, I can become a god. This is likely what the experiment was meant for anyway. Although the creatures I've seen are bizarre, I've also seen how beautiful they can be. How could something so amazing and full of life be a nightmare? I returned to the command center and I saw Marsh on the cameras not long ago, wandering a different part of the maze. His skin is all but gone now, and he walks like a shadow with a limp. He continues to search for something that's long gone. Perhaps may not even be here. Or as I have begun to lose track of time, I've understood there's no rhyme or reason to the flow of events here. We're simply here. The past is always, and the future is always. I found the place where Marsh claimed this place could be opened to the rest of the world. I walk by it often to see who is there. Sometimes I think of escape, but I doubt the world would recognize me for what I am now. The other day I saw a woman, a girl. She seems familiar, a distant memory from the life I could have had. I killed her instantly, and I used her bone marrow to restore my own energy. Her eyes were dead and accusing. I think she'd agree it was better for her to end it here, on the threshold, than become a part of the labyrinth. I think she may have been connected to me. Perhaps to the old man? He's part of the maze now, his body meshing with the walls, becoming absorbed. Same will happen to me. I don't know if I'll return to the world beyond, although the way is open to me. I don't think anything is there for me waiting. I don't think I belong there, as I have lost my own sanity. I'll wander these corridors stripped of any memory of what was once human, and be the maze itself. Eventually I will die, my body absorbed and cycle repeated, until one day our world meets with the one beyond these walls. End recording. File under Daedalus Test Subject Number 13. Mission considered a success, minus the casualty of one Luca Marsh. Continue process of creating new mutations. Begin plans for next mission by end of month. Mission statement: to expand parameters of dimensional gateways to explore further details of the new dimension and determine the flow of time within. It's 10 feet tall and made of flesh. Its face, narrow at the bottom, tapers outward the higher it goes, so that at its widest point halfway up, two people can pass easily through the red, sinewy folds that cloak its entrance. Past that point, its maw narrows again, reconnecting and forming a peak towards the top. It pulsates as it breathes, its rhythm consistent and unyielding. In, 2, 3, 4, out, 2, 3, 4. The polyps scattered along its outer walls pulsate as well, throbbing at their own individual tempos, deflating and inflating, some swelling as large as basketballs, then shriveling back down until they look like oversized raisins. I half expect them to burst and spew forth the thick yellow pus that festers inside of them, but their translucent membranes are more resilient than they look. Mary and I are a good 20 yards from it, standing in the field of a farm we'll no longer own come Monday. And still, we can smell the pungent musk emanating from the thing. It's sickly sweet, like rotten meat. Even at this distance, its scent permeates the air, invading my mouth and nose, nesting in the back of my throat. The growth wasn't here earlier today. They only ever germinate by moonlight. Once they sprout, they reach maturity within hours. This is the first one either of us has seen in person. We've stared at pictures and videos on the internet. We've even watched scientists in big, thick glasses and white lab coats speculate about them on television. There's nothing like seeing one with your own eyes. Nothing could prepare us for it. Should we call the cops? I asked. Mary shoots me a grin. It's nice to see her smile, even if it's only fleeting. What are they gonna do? She asks. I don't have an answer. When the growths first started sprouting, protocol was for police to set up a perimeter around them until the feds could swoop in with their fancy mobile research stations. Everything was hush-hush back then. The public knew even less about them than we do now, so it was easier to keep the growths under wraps. But what was once a rare occurrence has since spiraled out of control. Over the past weeks, thousands of them have begun sprouting across the globe, and this anomaly has showed no signs of slowing down. Here in the US, federal agencies are running out of personnel and resources to secure them all. I don't think we should tell anyone, Mary says. In 2 days, it becomes the bank's problem. Who's going to buy a farm with this thing in the front yard? I imagine a representative from the bank pulling up to the property for an inspection and dropping his latte in his lap the second he spots the monstrosity looming over the field like a gigantic, tumor-ridden scarecrow. The growths can't be removed from where they're rooted. People have tried. Lord knows they've tried. But nothing seems to work. They may be organic in nature, but these indestructible mounds of flesh are hyper-resilient to fire, poison, or any other means of destruction conceivable to the human mind. Torture a growth long enough, they might bleed. Subject their bubbling cysts to enough external stress, and they may even rupture. But they heal almost immediately, and so far getting them to budge has been impossible. They render the ground around them infertile, which is a fact I'm sure Mary finds even more amusing than I do. She grew up on this farm, so it's only right that once those bloodsuckers finally take it from us, the land will be worthless. Bank's not going to be happy, I say. This prompts a round of laughter from both of us. It's strange to be laughing in this moment, not because of the growth, but because I thought we had forgotten how to. After everything we'd been through, I was sure that it would never happen again, and yet here we are. Doubled over in the useless field, holding our sides, cackling like coyotes. It isn't long before the moment fades, though, and as it does, our giggles drift up to the firmament, carrying with them the last remnants of joy that had been lingering inside us. Once more, the night is quiet, and only the growth's deep, raspy breath fills the air. In, 2, 3, 4, out. 2, 3, 4. Mary moves towards it in order to get a better view. In the moonlight, its cavernous mouth agape. The growth is a fearsome sight to behold. My heart skips a beat with every step she takes in its direction. I try to tell myself she's in no immediate danger. The growth won't suddenly lunge forward and gobble her up. They don't work that way. Biologists believe they're more akin to a cluster of cancer cells than a man-eating beast. Yet still, I fear for my wife. Be careful, I call out. But she barely acknowledges my concern. All I get in return is a lazy, over-the-shoulder wave as she wanders even closer to the throbbing pile of bulk. She's close enough to reach out and touch it now, and I can't help but think I'm going to lose her any second. I don't want to, but I follow her. I tell myself I'm rushing to protect her, but deep down, I wonder what it is I'm protecting her from. The growth's folds are drawn at the moment. When they're like that, nothing could penetrate its wall. A jackhammer couldn't force its way in. Even dynamite won't blow them open. I'm wearing clothes, she says, once I finally catch up to her. There's a hint of irritation in her voice. You didn't need to rush. The folds will only part for pure, living organic matter. It's one of the many mysteries about these things. Step into the mouth of the growth wearing a t-shirt and jeans, press your hand against the barrier, and it's as hard as a diamond. Take your clothes off and you can push them aside with no effort at all. It is because of this reason every demonstration we've ever watched involved them as being conducted in the nude. Jesus, I groaned, desperate to change the subject. It's as hot as a summer day. I'm not just making conversation. The temperature rises and drops considerably near the mouth of the growth. Every few seconds as it moves into its rhythmic pulsations. Warm waves of heat envelop our bodies only to be usurped by the cold autumn night as soon as it draws its breath back in. In, 2, 3, 4, out, 2, 3, 4. The smell is even more powerful now, but strangely enough, it doesn't repulse me. Somehow I've acclimated to the pungent aroma. Mary and I pace around the growth, studying it. Up close we can make out every detail across its surface. Every cyst, every mole, every clump of black wiry hair sprouting along its back. At this distance I can now make out thousands of smaller polyps, some no bigger than an inch in diameter, throbbing in and out. It's a machine of meat, each of specific part churning on its own, the many working in unison to fulfill the function of the greater whole, whatever that might be. As tall and wide as the growth is, it's only about a foot deep. They're all shaped this way, a detail that's opened up a bevy of puzzling questions no one has been able to answer. Where do you think they go? Mary asks. The people? I reply. Nobody knows. She glances back at me and rolls her eyes. We've been married for 7 years and can tell when I'm ducking a question. I sigh, resigning myself to the conversation, and regurgitate some factoid that I read online. Some say they're like a Venus flytrap, and that they secrete a type of saliva that breaks down anything stupid enough to walk inside its mouth into a puddle of nutrients that it then absorbs through some unknown mechanism. The flytrap theory circulated as a possible explanation for some of the growths, more curious enigmas, but it's hardly considered gospel. I don't believe that for a second, Mary said. If that were the case, why would they only eat humans? I shrugged my shoulders, but that isn't good enough for her. You've watched the experiments, she says. They've pushed animals inside of him. Everything from pigs to primates. It doesn't matter what poor dumb beast they sacrifice in the name of science. Outcome's always the same. The animal pushes itself through the folds, almost immediately bumps its muzzle against the back wall, turns around and walks out. So why does it work different for humans? She's referring to the experiments. There are hundreds of videos on the internet where people have established the physics-bending quality of the growths whenever a human is used as a stand-in. It's like watching a magician perform an illusion. The demonstrator will stand in front of the growth and slide their hand between the folds. Due to how shallow they appear from the outside, one would expect the demonstrator's hand to reach the back before they even were elbow deep. But it never finds pay dirt. First, the elbow enters the mouth, then the bicep. Next thing you know, the person in the video has pushed themselves all the way up to their shoulder. If they hinge over and bend at the waist, they can stick their entire torso inside as well, extending themselves inside the growth to an impossible depth. Great care is always taken to not go all the way inside during these demonstrations, because no person who's done that has ever come out. Of course, people began abusing the phenomena almost as soon as they could. Just yesterday, some general in Africa was in the news, forcing an entire village at gunpoint to disappear into the mouth of growth. One by one, his army stripped the people naked, then lined them up, and one by one they entered the thing, never to be seen again. "I think it's a door," Mary says. Her voice is dreamlike. "I think the reason people don't come back is because they don't want to. But you have to go all the way through. You have to take the plunge, otherwise it doesn't work." I scoff. "You sound like that cult." A week ago, 22 people willingly entered an undocumented growth in the New Mexico desert, one that they've been keeping secret. They were part of a shady religious organization that believed the flesh mounds were God's way of shepherding his chosen people off to eternal paradise. "I'm not saying you walk through one of these things and end up in the Garden of Eden, but maybe it takes you somewhere better." She pauses for a second and collects her thoughts. "To be honest, that's a pretty low bar." "Maybe it takes you somewhere worse," I said. "There's no way back." Mary hangs her head and shuffles her feet in the dirt. She's frustrated. It's a tic that she's had since I've known her. "I don't know if anywhere could be worse. Sometimes I wonder why we even brought Ella into this world." That stings. More than stings. It grinds my heart into pulp. She cut me deep and she knows it, so she wraps her arm around my waist and presses her face to my chest. Mary's crying. I can feel her tears soaking through my shirt. She tries to speak, her words a string of broken whimpers. "I miss her so much." I had already forgiven her. Even before she realized she hurt me, how could I not? It's easy because I understand where she's coming from. Some nights I lie in bed and I think the same thing too. It was a beautiful 2 years. And I'm at least grateful for that, I say. Mary's arm tightens around my body and I feel like I'm in a vice. She doesn't know how hard she's squeezing, but I'm not going to stop her. She needs this more than I need to breathe. "And then she got sick at the hospital, and insurance companies bent us over a barrel," she growls. "Did the bank care? Did the debt collectors care? No, those vultures bled us dry." She pulls away, and I suck as much air into my lungs as I can. The rage has left her, and I'm sorry for it. It was a nice change. The only emotion I ever see her show these days is grief. But usually she's just numb. Mary places a hand on her stomach and stares down at it. "I wish I could have just kept her here where she'd be safe." I don't refute this notion. As strange as it seems, I agree with it in principle. What business do we have bringing life into a world like this? One rife with predatory lenders, and genocidal warlords, and respiratory infections that become fatal to infants. With Mary's womb as a barrier between Ella and the outside world, our baby girl would have been fine. Not even the virus would have been able to take her from us. We're gazing into the mouth of the growth again. Its breath wafts into our faces, and I'm surprised to realize I've been looking forward to its exhalations. It's soothing. When it washes over me, the chill of the night disappears, and with it so do my problems. For a brief, wondrous second, its hot, muggy breath becomes the only thing in the world. In, 2, 3, 4, out, 2, 3, 4. It's easy to find comfort in its never-ending cadence. The growths are imperishable, unwavering, eternal. No matter how much shit the world flings at them, they'll persist. There's a beauty in that. Mary's question breaks me from my trance. You ever wish you could go back? I'm surprised to see that she's looking at me and not the growth. You ever wish you could crawl back inside your mother's womb and live out your life in peace, in isolation, away from all the heartache, where nothing can hurt you again? I consider this for a moment. If I did that, I say, I couldn't be with you. She grabs my hand and pulls it to her chest. Her eyes narrow on the growth again. What if we could do it together? What are you saying? I ask, but I already know what she's suggesting. A part of me was even expecting it. I'm so tired, she says. I can't keep going much longer. In, 2, 3, 4, out, 2, 3, 4. What if it kills us? I say. And what if it doesn't? I'm scared, I confess. I'm scared of tomorrow. And the day after that. I moan and my eyes begin to water. She steps towards me, wipes the tears from my face, and begins to rock me in her arms. I love you, I sob. I love you too. I attempt to protest more, but I can't. Every time I think I've found the words, something pushes them back down my throat. She looks up to me, her eyes wide, and then utters the words that make my stomach drop. Come with me. And when she says that, I know she's already gone. I could grab her by her collar, pull her kicking and screaming back into the house, tie her to the bed, but I know that she'd find a way to leave me eventually. If not by growth, then by sleeping pills or gun or razor blade down the wrist. That time bomb has been ticking since Ella passed. I've been trying to ignore it, hoping that she might turn around, but a part of me has understood it was going to go off sooner or later. The only thing that has kept her tethered here is me. So in a way, I'm responsible for prolonging her suffering. She's well aware that she's all I have left, and I can't live without her. Our souls have become hopelessly entwined. To end one is to end the other. But she doesn't have the strength to sacrifice for me anymore. One of us has to make a sacrifice. Maybe it's my turn. I step back and begin to undress. Mary takes my cue and does the same. 1,000 thoughts run through my head as we strip off our clothes. Is it guilt that's driving my actions, or is it the fact that I can't bear to be without her? Once we're fully unclothed, we face each other and stare in silence for what feels like eons. It's surreal standing here naked in this field, taking each other in for perhaps the very last time. I wonder what she's thinking. The butterflies in my stomach are fluttering, faster than they ever have before. But I focus my eyes on Mary, because she keeps me grounded. Here in the moonlight, she's more beautiful than the day I met her. Even after all the loss, all the misery, each and every scar she wears, she's more dazzling and magnificent than all the stars shining above our heads. Mary takes me by the hand. It's so warm. You don't have to do this, she says. I nod my head to let her know that I'm with her. What other choice do I have? She leads and I follow. Mary takes us directly in front of the mouth of the growth. This close up, the heat that it radiates is sweltering. The night air can't penetrate it. Even when it inhales, there's only warmth. And when it exhales, bathing us in its breath, the humidity is so intense that it makes the world melt away. In, 2, 3, 4. Out, 2, 3, 4. My heart's thumping so hard I think that it might burst through my chest. An infinite number of possibilities could be waiting for us beyond the red veil, and I'm not sure if I'm ready to face any of them. Mary slides her arm inside the crevice. Just like in the demonstration we've watched, the folds push apart effortlessly. We can't see far inside it. The slick red curtain falls back on itself, further inside of the thing's mouth, preventing any chance of us to get a peek at what lays ahead. But already this tunnel is impossibly deep. I could turn around. It isn't too late, but I'll have to make a decision soon. What I need more than anything is for Mary to stop, to look me in the eyes and promise me everything will be okay. But she's too focused on moving forward. Even though her body is here with me, her heart has already passed through to the other side. My feet are frozen in place, but hers carry her further. She pushes herself deeper through the folds. Now just her hand is peeking out, and I'm holding on to it for dear life. The apprehension I've had has now turned into full-blown panic. "Mary!" I shout. But she doesn't answer. She's pulling on my hand, dragging me slowly, inch by inch, until she disappeared through the entrance of the growth and taken half of my arm with her. I'm not ready to take the plunge. I'm not ready to be without her either. I need to buy some time, so I try to pull her back. But it's like playing tug-of-war with a boulder. I can't move her. How is that possible? She doesn't weigh more than 115 pounds. I call her name again, but there's only the growth's breath now. It's all around me, louder than before, so deafening that it's scrambling my thoughts. Perhaps that's what scares me most, is that a piece of me welcomes it, wants it to engulf me, until there's only white noise drowning out the unbearable clamor of my life. In, 2, 3, 4. Out, 2, 3, 4. But only a part of me yearns for this. The rest of me wants to go back to when we were happy, before the bills and the collection agencies, before we had to bury our little girl. It was my Eden. But that's a garden that I've already been expelled from. Can I have that back if I follow her? What if it's worse? What if there's nothing at all? I can still feel the warmth of Mary's palm pressed against mine. Or is that the growth? I'm not sure anymore. What will I do if she's no longer there when I pass through? How could I face this unknown without her? Something is tugging my arm. Is that her? I can't tell for sure. I'm sinking deeper and deeper, impossibly deeper between the folds. I have to make my choice. I have to do it now. Either I take the plunge like Mary, or I let go now and face the world without her. I have too many questions, but not enough time to sift through them all. There's only one certainty, one constant, one infallible fact that I cannot deny. No matter what I do, no matter what awaits me on the other side, whether it's heaven, hell, or something else entirely, the growth will still be here in this field. A monument to eternity. It will still be here breathing. Its rhythm still unbroken, unchanged no matter what. From now until the end of time. In, 2, 3, 4. Out, 2, 3, 4. Maybe the head was fake. It was the only explanation that made sense. Ellen was a kindergarten teacher, for Christ's sake. One who volunteered at a pet shelter taking care of dogs and cats that were too ugly to adopt. On their first date, she had shown Mike pictures of the summer that she spent abroad in Guatemala, building homes for the poor and teaching literacy to villagers. It wasn't even one of those kooky religious missions either. She just genuinely wanted to help people. In the 3 weeks Mike had known her, he had never heard Ellen cuss, complain, or utter a snide remark about anyone. And that includes the jack-off whose phone kept going off in the movie theater during their date earlier that night. Ellen was a good person. Perhaps the sweetest, kindest, most understanding person he knew. So the sheer, unmitigated mind fuck he was currently experiencing was understandable after he opened the fridge and found himself staring directly into the eyes of a severed human head. This not head, which was how Mike was now thinking of it in an effort to preserve his sanity, was positioned upright from the stump of its neck atop a ceramic serving dish that read, "Live, Laugh, Love," in a flowery cursive font. Its bushy gray beard trailed down the shelf below and into a matching ceramic bowl, where it mingled with what looked to be leftover pasta carbonara, perhaps a few days old. The face had 2 piercings, one being a chunky brass hoop that hung from the nose's septum like a bull ring. The other was a gaudy gold hunk of jewelry encrusted in faux diamonds that dangled from the left earlobe and spelled out "stud muffin" in big bulky letters. It was an ugly knothead, which Mike thought was ironic considering the earring, though not nearly as ironic as the fact that he had found it in the refrigerator of a woman he had just spent the last 37 minutes making hot, steamy love to. He cursed himself. If only he hadn't gone all out during sex, he could still be lying naked in bed with the most beautiful woman he'd ever known, face buried in her bountiful bosom, blissfully unaware of the horror sitting between the carton of oat milk and tub of Miracle Whip on the second shelf of her refrigerator. But no. He just had to help himself to a bottle of water, rehydrate and replenish for round 2, he thought. What a mistake. Now he was standing in her kitchen, Donald ducking it in nothing but an Aerosmith t-shirt, and debating whether or not he should go back to grab his pants or just run screaming from the apartment, fanny glistening in the moonlight. "Here you are. I thought I lost you." Mike whirled around to see Ellen behind him, spouting a devilish grin. She was sexier than ever in a black lace nightie that fit so snugly around the curves of her body, it might as well have been painted on. She hadn't taken the time to tame her bedhead, but that didn't matter at all. In fact, it made her even more seductive. Like an exotic jungle animal in heat that had just slinked out of a bush and was ready to pounce. Her plump red lips were so inviting that Mike almost leaned in to kiss them, but then he remembered the severed head in her fridge, and he felt his libido fizzle out. "Oh, are you hungry?" she asked. "No, I'm fine." Actually, he had been famished just a few minutes ago, but the head had put a damper on his appetite. "It's just that I got a little distracted, because of the head in your fridge." Ellen's eyes shot open. "Why? What's wrong with it?" She pushed past Mike and started examining the head, first opening the eyes with her fingers like an optometrist getting ready to dilate them, then one by one combing her way through the mouth, nostril, and ears. Mike cleared his throat, hoping to recapture Ellen's attention from whatever it was she was doing. "It's a head? That's what's wrong with it," he said, and then attempted to bring the moment back down to earth. "Is it real?" "What do you mean? Are you asking me if you're imagining a head in my fridge? Don't worry, Mike, you aren't experiencing a psychotic episode. I'm aware the head in your fridge isn't a psychotic hallucination. I'm asking you if it's an actual human head or if it's like a cake or something." Ellen raised an eyebrow at the question. She was gawking at him as if he had asked the dumbest thing she'd ever heard. Her face was so perplexed and bemused by what he had just said that Mike couldn't help but shrink a little. "Why would I have a head-shaped cake in my fridge?" She started laughing. Great. Now he had to double down and defend his pride. "I don't know. I've seen those crazy baking shows on TV. People can make cakes look like anything these days." "Yeah, but a head?" She wiped a tear from her cheek. Why wouldn't I bake a cake that looked like the Empire State Building, or a rocket ship, or at least one that looked like the head of a famous person? I don't have an answer for that, Ellen, but we're kind of getting away from the main point here. If that isn't a head-shaped cake in your fridge, then you're telling me it's an actual severed human head? Well, yeah. It's a lot simpler than the whole cake thing, don't you think? She folded her arms over her chest, and for a moment there was only silence in the kitchen as both parties were relieved that, at the very least, the cake conversation had run its course. This relief was only fleeting, though, as it opened up a far bigger problem that now needed to be addressed. Why do you have a human head in your fridge? Mike blurted out. To keep it cold, duh. Have you ever smelled a human head after it goes bad? That just makes me think that this isn't your first head. Ellen snorted. I've had a few. Mike took a deep exhale and massaged his temples. He was starting to feel a migraine building behind his eyes. To make things worse, Ellen was making a joke out of the whole head thing. He mustered the most sober tone he could in order to steer the discussion into a more dignified direction, which was already a challenge since he wasn't wearing pants. You're obviously not taking this very seriously, he said. What are you doing with a human head in your fridge? Ellen placed her hand on her hip and grunted. She was tired of the conversation and just wanted to get back to cuddling. I'm going to eat the head, Mike. Like with a knife and fork? I don't even use chopsticks when I eat Chinese. She broached a flirty, dizzy smile and twirled her hair on her finger. I'm way too clumsy. When you say Chinese, are you talking about that takeout place around the corner, or I mean chow mein, pot stickers, mushu chicken, and no, before you ask, I've never eaten a Chinese head. They're usually white dudes like this one. But I don't want you to think I have a preference or anything. I'm an equal opportunity kind of girl. Mike stared at Ellen dumbfounded for what felt like eons. The gorgeous, sweet woman, whom he had fallen so hard for over the past few weeks, had just admitted to him that she ate human heads. He uttered his next question, unsure if he wanted to hear the answer. Whose head is in the fridge, Ellen? I don't know. I don't source my heads. Do you source your eggs, Mr. Ethical Consumption? For your information, I do source my eggs. I only buy from free-range chicken farms, but that's besides the point. Which is that my girlfriend has a human head in her fridge. She's planning on eating it, and she can't even tell me where it came from. Whoa. Slow down a second. Ellen's smile had vanished. Girlfriend? Dude, we just had sex for the first time. Don't you think you're taking things a little fast? Mike had to admit that those words stung a bit. Normally, he would have been more embarrassed by her reaction, but the sight of the severed head in Ellen's fridge helped to push back any feelings of guilt or shame that he might have been harboring. Okay, that's a discussion for another time, he said. Kind of an important one, don't you think? Sure. Maybe I jumped the gun on the whole girlfriend thing. I'm sorry. I thought you liked me. She approached him carefully, feeling him out at first, then wrapping her arms around his waist. I like you a whole lot, Mike. She pressed herself close to him and began to rub his back. He could smell the shampoo on her hair and briefly considered kissing her again. And I like you, he replied. Or, well, I thought I did, but then I found a severed head in your refrigerator, and you told me you're planning on eating it. She released the hug and started pouting. It seemed as if she was on the verge of tears. And that's a deal breaker to you? Her voice was cracking. I would say so! You can't just go around killing people and eating their heads! Who said I killed him? I told you I don't even know whose head it is. Do you think I just point a guy out to my head people and say, he looks delicious, decapitate him, I'll eat his head? You have head people? Well, yeah. It's not like they sell heads at Whole Foods. And even if they did, they'd probably be overpriced. He couldn't argue that point. I mean, in a parallel fucked up universe where Whole Foods sold human heads, he figured they'd slap an all-natural sticker on the forehead and mark them up 15% higher than other supermarket food chains. You don't want to eat my head, do you? Ellen laughed. I just had sex with you. Why would I want to eat your head? The female praying mantis eats the head of males that it mates with. Ellen began mimicking a praying mantis, pecking at Mike's chest with her fingers as if they were pinchers. Buzz, buzz, I'm Madam Mantis. I'm going to eat your head, Mike. The praying mantis doesn't make a buzzing sound. They hiss. Ellen dropped the charade. Her ploy to lighten the mood was not working. You're really upset about this? She asked. Yeah, you know what? I'm just gonna come out and say it. I'm uncomfortable with the whole cannibalism. Okay, I guess it's technically cannibalism, sure. But it's not like I eat the rest of the body, it's just the heads, understand? I'm not some weirdo sauteing nipples or slow roasting peckers in my crock pot. That doesn't make it any better. What if he was a family man? What if there's some little kid out there sitting in a parking lot waiting for his dad to come pick him up from ball practice and you have his head in the fridge? Ellen glanced at the head, then back to Mike. Oh, come on, you really think Stud Muffin over there was a family man? I mean, he could have been. He could have cured cancer. And he could have been a drug dealer or a serial killer. He could have been one of those people that comes into a restaurant 5 minutes before closing and demands to be seated. Do these thoughts go through your head when you're chowing down a chicken sandwich? Do you think, oh my God, I might be eating chicken Jesus right now? Mike waved the analogy away. That man is dead, and you're eating his head. That's wrong, period. That's more than wrong. It's... His face twisted into a sneer. Disgusting! Disgusting? I'll have you know that not only are heads delicious, but they're a lot more nutritious than most of the other crud people shove down their gullets. You eat fast food, right? I mean, yeah, but do you have any idea how much shit is in a hamburger patty? I'm talking literal cow shit, Mike. There are laws about how much cow shit can be in a hamburger patty, and that quantity is greater than 0. Do you know how much cow shit is in a human head? 0. There is a grand total sum of 0 cow shit in a human head. Now tell me, what's more disgusting? Tears were flowing now. Ellen was getting flustered. Head or no head, guilt was creeping its way through Mike's consciousness. He tried to put his arm around her, but she shrugged him off. People always think I'm a freak when they find out I eat heads. Isn't there someone out there who can just accept me for my dietary choices? It was then they heard a scream. It was a terrible, guttural scream. For a moment, Mike thought that it sounded as if an evil, demonic goat had somehow crept up from the bowels of hell, snuck into Ellen's fridge while they were arguing, and was now announcing his presence by unleashing upon them a tirade of torturous, whooping death cries. As frightening and ghastly as the scenario was, Mike would have welcomed it over what he realized was actually taking place. When his eyes followed the abhorrent howls, it became clear that Baphomet had not suddenly materialized inside of Ellen's refrigerator. Neither had Black Phillip or Master Leonard, for that matter. There was, however, the severed head. It was still sitting on the shelf like a bloated, saggy turkey carcass, but much to Mike's dismay, it now appeared to be screaming. "Oh, crud!" Ellen shouted. She shut the door, which only managed to muffle the screams a little bit. "The head is alive?" Mike said. "No, I mean, I don't know," Ellen responded. "How could it be?" "You tell me! You're the head expert. Has this ever happened to you before?" "Of course not. And if it did, I would definitely hire new head people." She leaned her weight against the door as though she was worried the head would soon grow limbs and try to force itself out, a concern they both would have considered absurd before the screaming had begun. How is it doing that?" Mike asked. "Does it even have vocal cords?" Ellen shrugged. "This is a new experience for me, too." They waited, shoulders braced against the refrigerator door, listening to the severed head wail on and on for minutes until, mercifully, the screaming started to subside. An uncanny hush that fell over the kitchen. Unsure of what to do next, they shot each other a pair of nervous glances. "Should we look inside?" Mike asked. Ellen didn't want to open the door. Instead, she would have liked to chain it shut, drive the fridge to the nearest bridge, dump it in the river, and forget the whole incident ever happened. This, of course, was an unrealistic plan, and she knew it. There was no way she'd be able to strap the massive refrigerator to the top of her tiny hatchback, and even if she could, what would she say to the cops if they pulled her over for speeding and the head started screaming again? "I'm sorry, officer. I really should have thrown that pasta carbonara out last week when I noticed it started getting moldy." She decided to follow Mike's lead on this one. The two prepared for whatever unholy hell spawn was waiting for them inside the fridge by arming themselves with kitchen utensils. Once sufficiently equipped, they wrapped their fingers around the door handle and nodded to each other in tandem. "On three," Mike said, raising a spatula over his head with his free hand, as though it were a medieval mace. "1, 2, Ellen said, her voice cracking half a dozen times over the course of a single syllable. 3. They flung the door open and let out a fierce shout, ready to do battle with the enemy lurking inside, but the sight they were greeted with disarmed them immediately, and within moments their war cries had dwindled to little more than puzzled stares, head-scratching, and incoherent murmurs. There before them was the head. He was gazing up from its shelf, very much alive and smiling cordially. "Hey," it said. They continued to stare at the head, eyes wide and mouths agape, until Ellen summoned the strength to answer it. "Hey," she said back. "Hey," Mike repeated. "Do you guys think you can lend me a hand?" asked the head. "Cold in here. I'd say I'm freezing my ass off, but as you can see, I don't have one." Mike and Ellen each grabbed the side of the serving dish, lifting it from the fridge, then placing it down on the kitchen counter beside the stove. "Thanks," said the head. "Sorry about the screaming. I just snapped back into consciousness, and it was kind of a gnarly experience. Hope it didn't freak you out too much." "So, are you a magic head or something?" Mike asked. "Magic how? Are you asking if I grant wishes?" "Well, do you?" "I don't think so," said the head. "But if I did, I'd ask you to wish for some pants. Kind of lame that the first thing I have to see after coming back to life is your dingling flopping around." "What's your name?" asked Ellen. "Bud." The head shot her a wink. "But you can call me Stud Muffin." "I have a question, Stud Muffin," said Mike. "You can't call me that," said the head. "Just the babe over there." "Sorry. Bud? Are you okay?" Bud, the head, closed his eyes to ponder the question. "Yeah, I guess so. Aside from the waking up and disembodied head thing." "Do you need to go to the hospital?" asked Ellen. "I don't think there's much doctors can do for me," answered the head. "Maybe they could give you a new robot body," said Mike. Bud laughed so hard at the suggestion, he began wobbling on his plate, almost tipping over. "Robot body? What kind of fantasy world are you living in? That's ridiculous." "As ridiculous as a talking head?" Mike snapped. He let out a groan. Things had been spiraling out of control before the head demonstrated consciousness. Now the entire world had been flipped upside down. "What's wrong, Mike?" Ellen moved in close and tried to give him a hug, but he placed a hand on her chest to stop her. He took a step back to put some distance between them. 10 minutes ago, nothing was wrong," he grumbled. "I was perfectly happy and horny. And then I found out you enjoy eating human heads. And now I'm talking to one. On your kitchen counter." "Oh, snap," said Bud. "You were going to eat me?" "In my defense, I thought you were dead," said Ellen. "Yeah, that's fair," said Bud. How is that fair?" shouted Mike. "I'm sensing some trouble in paradise over here." If Bud had hands, he would have used them to gesture towards Mike and Ellen as he said that, but he didn't, so instead he flicked his tongue at them, which came off as more obscene than intended. Nobody commented on it, but he could tell everyone in the room thought it was weird, so he made a mental note not to do it again. "Would you guys like some privacy?" "No, you should hear this too," said Mike. "Ellen, when I met you, you were the girl of my dreams. You were kind, you were sweet, you were beautiful. But I guess it was too good to be true. Now, I'm not sure what to think of you." Ellen's shoulders dropped. "I think the world of you, Mike. You're funny, you're charming, attentive. Hell, you're the first guy to ever make me climax." "Oh, boy!" cried the head. Ellen disregarded Bud's outburst and continued. "I'm really into you, but I can't change who I am. If you can't accept a partner who eats heads, then maybe we shouldn't see each other anymore. You really think I'm funny? Asked Mike. I'm having a hard time believing that too, said Bud. Shut up, said Mike. The head ignored his request. Look, I'm just a head, so what do I know? But it sounds like you two are crazy for each other. Relationships are about compromise, Mike. If you're not willing to accept your partner's faults, you're never going to find someone to be happy with. Maybe you're right, said Mike. And Ellen, continued the head. He almost gestured to her with his tongue again, but decided against it at the last second. You have to be upfront with your partner. Even if you're afraid, you might scare him away. For example, you eating heads. It's probably something you should have included on your dating profile. Can't blame Mike for being shocked about it. You're right, said Ellen. Mike, I should have told you there was a severed head in my fridge before I invited you over. And I should have at least heard you out before I got so judgmental about it, Mike said. They held each other in a long embrace, and for the first time since Mike had found the head, it didn't feel awkward. It felt right. This is beautiful, said the head. Mike gave Ellen a kiss. Maybe we can make this work, he said. Really? Her eyes lit up like sapphires. She squeezed Mike so hard he thought she might crack his ribs. Even though I eat heads? Even though you eat heads, Mike said. I'm really happy for you guys, said Bud. If I had arms, I'd get in on this hug too. Provided Mike put some pants on. So, Mike said to Ellen, what did they taste like? You mean the heads? It depends on how you cook them. I whipped up a nice balsamic glaze for Bud. It's kind of my specialty. Too bad it has to go to waste, said Bud from the counter. That does sound good, Mike said. Maybe I should try it sometime. Ellen was beaming. If you're serious, I'll call my head guy tomorrow. Why wait? Said Mike. I mean, you've already gone and prepped everything. Why don't we eat now? Do you see another head in the fridge? Asked Bud. No, but I see a perfectly good one on the counter. Mike grinned. Oh, Mike. I don't know. Ellen was beginning to waffle. The heads I cook are already dead. I'm not sure if I could kill a living, breathing thing. He doesn't have lungs, so he's already not breathing, Mike responded. Besides, he's just a head. What quality of life could he possibly have like that? We'd be doing him a service. Hey, said Bud, I'm not just some post-sex midnight snack. Screw it, said Ellen. I'm kind of hungry too. Let's do it. Ellen switched on the oven and set it to preheat, then pulled a roasting pan out of the pantry. You're not really thinking about cooking me, are you? Asked Bud. The lovers moved in unison, as if performing a waltz inside Ellen's little kitchen, grabbing pots and various spices from the pantry and placing them on the counter beside Bud. Every now and then they would stop, only long enough to plant a kiss on their partner or to season the head, despite its protests. Please! Bud begged, his mouth full of spices and garlic cloves. Don't eat me! The oven chimed, signaling it was ready. Ellen reached into the fridge and pulled out her special glaze and started pouring it over Bud, taking care to saturate every inch of him. That does smell really good, said Mike. He patted Ellen on the butt. Promise it'll taste good too, she smiled. Not as good as you. Mike and Ellen smooched as she poured the last of her special glaze over Bud. Oh, it's going up my nose, pleaded the head. She finished up and opened the oven door. Bud began crying when he felt the first wave of heat hit him in the face, but the lovebirds were too caught up in each other's gaze to pay him any mind. Together they lifted the roasting pan off the counter, slid it inside the oven, and closed the door. The head started screaming again, and this time, it was from the agony rather than fear. Now I'll just set the timer for 45 minutes, and we'll be ready to eat, Ellen said. Great. What should we do till then? Mike asked. Oh, I've got an idea. Ellen spun around and slinked towards the bedroom. When she got to the doorway, she twisted back towards Mike, and with her finger motioned for him to follow before disappearing into the dimly lit room. Time for round two, Mike said. Ah! Bud said. Mike opened the fridge and grabbed 2 bottles of water this time, then hurried off to fulfill his erotic desires. The couple made love. It was fervent and sensual, and as they pleasured each other, their lustful moans carried through the air. So loud were their cries of passion that they could be heard from the kitchen, drowning out even the screams of Bud, whose skin was slowly blistering off of his face. Whenever the question, what's the worst job you ever had, comes up in conversation, I usually just make something up on the spot, but I honestly don't really know how to answer. See, the worst job I've ever had also happens to be the very best job. I know it's a bit of a contradiction, but allow me to tell my story from the beginning, and maybe it'll make a little more sense by the time that I'm done. When it comes to job hunting, I wasn't in a position to have a more specific employment preference beyond someone who will hire me and reliably hand me a paycheck every week, so I hardly even paid attention to what kind of business I was applying to. I just slink up to the reception counter and forced my resume into the hands of whoever was foolish enough to make eye contact. Not an exact science by any means, but it usually worked. Someone would eventually give me a job and life could continue on as usual. So, there I was, in June of 1996. 24 years old and freshly laid off from a shitty temp job at an equally shitty factory. Once again, I found myself pounding the pavement with a file folder of resumes clutching beneath my arm. I handed out over 100 of them and received exactly 2 phone calls from prospective employers. One of the offers was an obvious pyramid scheme involving steak knives, and the other offer was downright bizarre. It was for a position as an assistant caretaker at a zoo. Now, it's true that I had a tendency to zone out when I was trudging around the city with my resume in hand, but I definitely would have remembered applying for a job at a zoo. In fact, I was pretty sure our city didn't even have a zoo. The gruff-sounding guy on the other end of the line got straight to the point. He cleared his throat and rumbled, "Hey, kid, how you doing? So, you applied for a job over at my dealership, and, am I right? I don't need no help over there right now, but I could really use an extra hand at the zoo. You got a vehicle, kid? This place is way out of the outskirts of town." I told him I did indeed own a car, the rusty old '83 LeSabre that was patiently waiting to die and go to Buick heaven. He said, "Well, I checked some things out, and long story short, job's as good as yours if you want it." I was only 24, but that was plenty old enough to know something's fishy if an employer hires you over the phone without so much as a brief interview. Even so, I agreed to come out there and give it a shot because I simply had to see what the hell this guy was on about. I mean, how could I resist? He told me to show up around 8 o'clock in the morning. "Ring the buzzer at the gate," he instructed me, "and ask for Vic Bonicelli. You know, like the commercial on the radio. Come on down to Bonicelli Motors. We'll give you a steal over deal and put you behind the wheel. Yeah, that's me." I said, "Oh, I'm going to work for a celebrity." We shared a polite laugh. I told him I didn't have any experience working at a zoo, but Vic assured me that it wouldn't matter. I'd be following basic instructions from the expert, who would always be nearby when we were working with the animals. "Don't worry, you're going to love it. Everyone loves the zoo, am I right?" In the background, I heard a man yell, "Hey, Victor! Truck's still waiting at the gate. The guy is starting to get mad." Vic yelled back, "He just drove for 18 hours. 5 more minutes ain't gonna kill him." He returned his attention to me and groaned, "Christ, it never stops around here. I gotta go, kid. I'll see you tomorrow." The line went dead. I looked at my phone with a raised eyebrow and a weird feeling tingling in my guts. I wasn't sure what had just happened, but I somehow just became an assistant zookeeper for some shady dude who owned a popular used car dealership. As bizarre as it sounded, however, I was still young enough to consider it an adventure. What the hell, right? That was the worst that could happen. As it turned out, I'd driven past this place literally dozens of times over the years, but I always assumed it was a scrapyard. The property was surrounded by an enormous sheet metal fence that must have been almost 20 feet high. I could recall sometimes seeing the mast of a crane poking out over the top of the fence. If there was a zoo behind these walls, it was certainly not open to the general public in any way, shape, or form. I bumped my way along a pothole-infested entrance lane and stopped in front of an intercom on a pedestal. I pressed the button and stared at the gate as I waited for a response. It was made from a large section of wall that had been cut out and reinstalled as a massive rolling door. The effect was decidedly uninviting. A tinny voice squawked, "Who's this? What do you want? State your business." I said I was there to start my training as the caretaker's assistant, and the voice exclaimed, "Oh shit, I forgot you were supposed to show up this morning. I'll be right down." A minute or two later, the gate rolled open and revealed a burly, middle-aged man sitting behind the wheel of a golf cart. He was wearing mirrored sunglasses and a baby blue Lacoste tracksuit. One sleeve was pushed up a bit to show off a gold Rolex. His graying hair was combed straight back and pasted in place with hair gel. It glistened in the sun. Vic Bonicelli didn't look like a guy who owned a used car dealership and produced hilariously low-budget commercials for our local radio station. No, he looked more like a mobster. He leaned down to my window and said, "This is it, kid. Welcome aboard. You'll like working here. Every day's an adventure." Vic slapped the hood of my car and grimaced in dismay. He hollered, "Well, just look at this poor old gal. She's almost ready for retirement. I'll tell you what, save up a paycheck or two and come down to the dealership. I'll give you the employee discount." I manufactured a smile and said, "Thanks, Mr. Bonicelli. I really appreciate that. I gotta say, I was pretty surprised this place is actually a zoo. It doesn't look like a zoo." "Well, we'll get to that in a bit. And don't give me none of that Mr. Bonicelli stuff. You call me Vic. And you just drive straight up to the parking lot. I'll show you around from there." First thing I noticed when I drove past the gate was a smooth transition in the road surface, changing from pothole-ridden gravel to smooth and flawless asphalt. The driveway was bordered on either side by a wrought iron fence. The ground stretched out on either side in endless acres of green lawn and exotic gardens. It was almost surreal. From the outside, this place looked like a scrunchy old junkyard, but a real-life Garden of Eden was hidden away behind the wall. This was definitely no ordinary zoo, and Vic Bonicelli was no ordinary car salesman. The road led to a small parking lot in front of a massive building. It had been built in a slanting, postmodern sort of style, replete with an overhang that was supported by concrete pillars. A monolithic, glowing marquee on top of the overhang read, "Welcome to Bonesaw Vic's Cryptozoological Gardens. A one-of-a-kind experience." I stared up at the sign as I pulled into the parking lot, and I wondered if it was too late to just throw the Buick into reverse, turn the hell around, and ask Vic to open the gate. Looking at that sign gave me a disquieting feeling in the pit of my stomach. My basic survival instincts were telling me loud and clear that I should probably get the fuck out of here immediately. Vic came putting along in his golf cart and beckoned me to follow him to the front entrance. There was a hulking fellow in a dark suit standing on either side of the doorway. Both of them had an automatic rifle slung over their shoulders. They stared at me with open hostility as Vic ushered me inside. Vic noticed the nervous expression on my face and patted me on the back. "Now, don't worry about them, kid. They won't bother you unless I tell them to. I already told you. You're gonna like it here. Best job in the whole world for someone like you." The entrance vestibule was so big and flashy looking, I thought it was a lobby. The actual lobby was nothing short of stunning. It was the size of a high school gymnasium, and the floor was made of polished marble. There was a heart-freezing sculpture in the middle of the room, a hyper-realistic statue of a six-headed serpentine monstrosity. It stood at least 12 feet high, and it was absolutely horrifying. I asked Vic what he meant when he said, "someone like you," and he barked over his shoulder, "What do you think I mean? Some of the record. You've been busted once for possession with the intention to distribute, and one more for breaking and entering. You got off with a slap on the wrist for the possession charge, but you got 4 months in the clink, 3 years of probation for the B&E. Still on probation for another 18 months, am I right? Got a record, it'll keep you from getting a lot of decent jobs." I wasn't surprised Vic had found out about my past transgressions, but I wasn't exactly thrilled either. I muttered, "No, it doesn't help me, that's for sure." I don't usually go for anything that requires a background check. He clapped a meaty hand on my shoulder and boomed, "Well, let me tell you something. I don't discriminate against people like you in my hiring process. Just the opposite. I don't want some crybaby snitch working for me. I want good people who know how to keep their mouths shut. Anyway, we never got a chance to discuss your wages, did we? How about, how does $25 an hour sound? Good with that? No, I'll tell you something. Back in 1996, $25 an hour was some good fucking money. As a point of reference, my recently terminated position as a temp at the factory had paid a whopping $6.40 an hour, which was still above the minimum wage at the time. People with no special training or skills simply didn't make that kind of money. I stopped dead in my tracks and sputtered, I'm sorry. But can you repeat that? How much? Vic furrowed his brow. What's the matter, not enough? No, I get it. I guess I could go as high as, let's say $27 an hour. How about that? We good? I almost fainted from the force of the pure ecstatic gratitude that flooded every cell of my being. I croaked, oh man. Wow, yeah, we're good. We're good, thank you. Hey, what can I say? Vic grinned. I'm like that Ford guy. I believe my employees should be able to afford my cars. You don't see any junkers out in that parking lot, did you? Seriously, I won't be paying you like this over at the dealership. This is different. It was a good job, kid, but sometimes it ain't gonna be easy. You'll see. There was a small group of people waiting for us on the other side of the lobby. They were all wearing what appeared to be some kind of full-body chainmail suit, complete with a chainmail hood. And as we drew closer, I could see that it really was chainmail, along with knee-high leather boots and matching gauntlets. Each one of them had some kind of rifle over their shoulder, as well as a utility belt of gadgets that would have made Batman envious. All of a sudden, that warm, fuzzy feeling from the anticipation of a sweet-ass paycheck shriveled up and disappeared. Vic didn't look like a car salesman. Those people didn't look like zookeepers. They looked like post-apocalyptic warriors. A tough-looking older guy with a heavy mustache stepped forward to greet us. He took one look at the expression on my face, shook his head at Vic, and said in a heavy Eastern European accent, "You did not tell him, did you?" Vic shrugged and sighed. No, well, shit. Look at the time. I gotta go, kid. This is Casimir, okay? He knows his shit. He's your boss. Listen to him, you'll be fine. Oh yeah, payday's Friday. Cash only. He turned back to the tall, grim-faced stranger and said, Take care of him, Kaz. Seems like a nice young fella, you know? Keep him out of the way for now. Show him the ropes. I waved my hand to get their attention and said, Hey, I gotta be honest here, Vic, I don't really know about any of this, you know? I don't... Casimir cut me off by seizing me by the arm and swiftly dragging me away. His grip was like iron. He yelled over his shoulder, Not to worry, boss. I'll keep him safe and teach him what he must learn. I struggled in his iron grip and snarled, Let the fuck go of me, weirdo! The hell is this place? Why are you wearing that shit? The fuck is going on here? Why? A fair-looking woman with angular features interrupted my rant with a loud clap of her hands. She said, If you shut your stupid ass up for a second, he'll tell you what's going on. Just shut up for fuck's sake. The others smirked and nodded in agreement. I counted 7 of them in total, all of them clad in chainmail armor and what appeared to be some kind of Kevlar bodysuit underneath. As I looked around, it abruptly dawned on me that we were actually 8 of them, not 7. I was number 8. First of all, Casimir grumbled, you must know that I just saved your life. Tell me, do you have a wish for death? I gaped at him and croaked, Excuse me? The hell are you talking about? Casimir curled his lip at me in disdain and said, You are not a very observant young man. Look around you. All these things you see, they cost more money than you could ever imagine. Where do you think this money comes from? The sales of used cars. This place is a secret, and for good reason. I felt my heart drop in my shoes. My youthful enthusiasm for adventure had fucked me over once again. I said, This isn't actually a zoo, is it? Casimir considered my question and made a seesaw motion with his hands. The answer is not exactly yes, but not exactly no either. There are living creatures on display, but only the very rich and powerful may come to see them. They pay a fortune for this privilege. This place is secret. Very few people know of its existence. I felt dark, absurd laughter bubbling in my chest, and I clamped down on it hard. This wasn't a joke. I asked, what kind of living creatures are we talking about? Are you people poaching endangered species or some illegal shit like that? I mean, I don't have a freaking clue what's going on here. They were captured in the wild. This is correct. But I should not have used the word living. Casimir corrected himself. Some of these things, they are not technically alive. I did a double take and said, wait a minute, what? Casimir pointed at the sign hanging above the exit, a reinforced steel door with a small rectangular window at eye level. There was a sign above the door that read, Caretakers must work in pairs. All caretakers must be armed and suited up in the required protective equipment before entering this area. I wish to make something very clear to you, he growled. Today you are only a visitor. You will stand back and you will do exactly as you are told. Do you understand? I gawked up at his stern, hawkish expression and murmured, Yes, sir, absolutely. I felt like a lost child, all alone and very afraid. The feral-looking lady snickered at me and said, Poor baby, look at his face. Looks like he's gonna cry. Just wait until he sees what's on the other side of that door. Casimir waved her away and scolded, There is no need to speak like this, Esmeralda. You are no better on your first day. He pulled me over to the door and entered a code on the keypad. The door popped open with a buzzing sound and a mnemonic hiss. And there it is, Kaz said, as he gave me a knowing smile. It is time to begin your education. We all filed into a short, brightly lit corridor, and the entrance swung shut behind us, with the clunk of a heavy deadbolt automatically sliding into place. There were 2 doors on either side of the hall, and a 5th at the end that was labeled Equipment. The others were marked Aviary, Marine, Terrestrial, and Other. Casimir informed me that we would be in charge of the terrestrial wing that week. The caretakers worked in pairs, and they rotated to a different wing on a weekly basis. He punched a code into the keypad beside the door and said, In an ordinary zoo, they would wish for the animals to become more familiar with their handlers, but such things do not matter here. Most of these creatures will never become fond of you. A lot of them will kill you if they get the chance, Esmeralda interjected. They'll kill you deader than dog shit. And they'll eat you. Not necessarily in that order. I didn't like the sound of that. Not at all. I ran my hands through my hair and said, Oh, okay. Sure. Cool. So here's where I'm at right now, okay? I'm not stepping 1 foot through that fucking door until somebody tells me what the ever-loving fuck is going on in this place. Cryptids, Esmeralda smiled, and she pantomimed scary monster hands to further illustrate her answer. Critters from legends and folklore. There's all kinds of weird shit in here, and it's our job to take care of them. There, you're all up to speed now. I blinked at her for a few seconds, then wheezed. What? You're kidding me, right? Stuff like that doesn't... I mean... It's not real. Casimir arched an eyebrow and said, Come and see. He yanked me through the door before I had a chance to scream for help. It swung shut behind us and locked with a muted clunk of multiple deadbolts sliding into place. This new corridor was narrower and much, much longer than the first one. It was lined on either side with more steel doors, most of them set apart at roughly 50-foot intervals. I gazed down the length of that stark, brightly lit stretch of corridor, and I thought, this doesn't look like a zoo. It looks like a prison. Kaz made a sweeping motion with his hand and said, This is the surveillance tunnel. The visitors observe the creatures from the other side of its habitat. There are large windows and video screens. I leaned against the wall and said very weakly, I don't care. I want to go home. Casimir shook his head. He put his hand on my shoulder and patiently explained that I wouldn't get even as far as the parking lot. I'd be intercepted by security and I would disappear, never to be seen again. The only way to earn Vic's trust was to go along with it and in Casimir's words, get paid handsomely to have a wondrous experience. I listened to his somber speech and offered a rebuttal. I, as a reasonable and rational person who lived in the real world, was in no way, shape, or form even remotely prepared to come face to face with a monster from the pages of a fairy tale. I simply had no interest in doing so. Not then, not ever. I pointed out I was being held against my will, and I cautioned him that I was liable to explosively shit my pants if he forced me to interact with some fairy tale monster. It wouldn't be on purpose, of course, but it would probably happen because I wasn't a fucking monster wrangler. I was a reasonable and rational person who lived in the real world. Do you really want to deal with that? I demanded. Casimir gave me an irritated frown and shrugged his heavily padded shoulders. You can defecate inside your own pants if you wish, but it will not help you. Now listen carefully to me, boy. The service tunnel is where the caretakers gain entrance to the habitats. There's a red button beside every keypad. If something were to go wrong, you must quickly press the button. It will alert the security team, and it will also release a defense mechanism, which will subdue the creature inside. The red button is always a last resort. Do not push it, unless I tell you to do so. There was a brass plate affixed to the door, and the words Sasquatch, male, were etched above its surface in bold lettering. Casimir said, "Have a look through the window. What do you see?" I swallowed down a hard lump in my throat and peered through the observation window. Much to my surprise, there was a dimly lit forest scene on the other side of the glass. There were living trees growing in the room, along with various other flora and fauna you would find in any woodland in the northwest. I turned to him and gasped. There's like a frickin' forest in there. How high is that ceiling? Holy shitballs, they brought in trees and bushes from all that shit. I can't... Hey, what's that? A looming shape detached itself from the thicker gloom of the shadows. It started shambling towards the door, and when it stepped into a hazy beam of sunlight, I let out an involuntary shriek of terror. It was a furry humanoid that stood at least 8 feet tall, a muscular pillar of shaggy hair, dangling arms, and glittering eyes. I stood frozen in place as it came strolling up to the door, too terrified to do anything but point at the glass and make a whining sound in the back of my throat. The creature stooped down to look at me through the window. Its eyes were bright, wide, and almost crackling with barely contained aggression. That is a Sasquatch, Casimir explained. His tone was calm and detached, as if he were delivering a classroom lecture. His name is Harry. I believe he was captured somewhere in the state of Washington. He's a big boy, this one. He weighs over 200 kilos. He is strong enough to tear a man in half. I gathered my courage and leaned a little closer to the window to get a better look at the Sasquatch's broad, simian features. His eyes narrowed and he wrinkled back his lips, bearing a set of strangely large canine teeth. At that same instant, an enormous fist slammed into the other side of the door, making a gigantic bang that sent me scrambling to hide behind Casimir. I peeked over his shoulder and yelled, "Fucking way! No, that's a fucking Sasquatch, man!" "Yes, I know," Kaz said patiently. "The door across the hall is a storage room. It's where you'll find the equipment necessary to care for this creature. We do not need to feed this one. He forages from the plants that grow in his habitat. However, Harry must be groomed several times a week to keep him looking handsome for the visitors. You will find a brush in the storage closet. Bring it to me and take a minute to calm yourself. It will be okay. Casimir will teach you well." I shot a quick glance at the growling brute on the other side of the reinforced glass. He showed his fangs again, and I fled to the safety of the storage closet. I came out a few minutes later with a soft horse brush, which I passed over to Kaz with hands that were visibly shaking. I cleared my throat and repeated, That's a fucking Sasquatch, man, right? It's a living, breathing, big-ass friggin' Bigfoot." "It is," Kaz agreed, as he handed me his rifle. "This is a tranquilizer gun. If Harry was to ever escape into the service tunnels, you must not hesitate to use it. Just push this safety switch forward, pull the trigger. Do you see this switch on the wall?
It activates a two-way intercom. Make sure that it is on whenever one of us enters a cell.
I shook my head and stammered, I can't believe you're actually going in there with that thing. That's crazy. I'm no animal expert, but that thing looks pretty fucking mad.
Harry is not a thing, Casimir corrected, and he is only showing you that he is the boss. You are new to him. He perceives you as a threat. Now you should see him when he is actually angry. It is a sight to behold.
I let out a nervous giggle and said, oh yeah, he's definitely the boss. Look, for real, I don't think you should go in there. Casimir gave me a very slight ghost of a smile and shook his head.
Harry is not a very intelligent beast. It's more like a dog. As long as I hold his brush, I'll be his best friend. He loves to be groomed. Problem comes when you try to stop brushing him. This requires some teamwork, as you will see.
Kaz showed the Sasquatch the brush through the window. Harry pursed his black lips in an ooh of excitement and moved back to allow Kaz to enter, doing a shuffling little jig of excitement as Kaz stepped into the habitat. I watched with my heart in my throat as Harry hunkered down in a clearing and allowed himself to be brushed. I could hear him cooing and chuffing to himself over the intercom as Kaz carefully worked the knots out of his fur. It would have been kind of adorable, really, except for the fact that I was afraid for Casimir's life. If the Sasquatch suddenly decided to tear his arms off, I don't think there would be much either one of us could do about it. Kaz would be bleeding out before I could even hit the alarm button. Kaz called out, "Can you hear me?" I gave him a thumbs up through the glass. He yelled, "So when you're done with the grooming, you must run like hell for the door. Harry often becomes upset when the brushing has to stop. The code is 5542, okay? Make sure the door is open. Yes? Okay, I'm going to run for the door right now." He suddenly whirled around and all out sprinted for the entrance. Harry jumped up with a blood-freezing roar and loped after Kaz on all fours, bellowing in savage indignation at the abrupt ending of his grooming session. Kaz leapt through the open door like a football player, diving into the end zone, and I slammed it shut a bare second before the Sasquatch hit the other side. The heavy steel hummed with the force of the new blow. "Just a bit too slow. Both of us," Kaz panted. "We will do it better next time." I sputtered, "Next time?" And suddenly I was sitting on the floor. Kaz reached down and hauled me to my feet. My legs immediately gave out and I slithered back to the floor. Kaz put his hands on his hips and grunted. "I think you're being just a little bit dramatic, yes?" I flailed my arms and screeched, "Dramatic! Next time! Hell no! Shit! All over that! I was almost mauled by a Sasquatch, dude! What the fuck? I thought I'd be throwing birdseed to an ostrich or some shit, not getting murdered by a giant fucking ape." Kaz closed his eyes, let out a long breath, and leaned down and casually whacked me across the side of the head with a stiff slap. I looked up at him in shock, my head ringing from the brisk contact with his leather-clad palm. And he shook his head at me. Gently, he said, "That's enough. I'll hear no more of this talk. You're making a fuss over nothing. Did something bad happen to you? No. Could anything bad happen to you? If you're not careful, yes. So be careful, and you will always live to see another day." "That isn't the big selling point you seem to think it is," I snapped back at him. "Get on your feet, boy," Casimir sighed. "There are more wonders awaiting you. Come and see." Kaz led me down the hall and asked, "What do you know about leprechauns?" I said, "You gotta be kidding me." But no, he wasn't. The plate on the door was labeled Leprechaun. The leprechaun's name was Dara O'Shaughnessy, and according to Kaz, he was, quote, a very angry little man, who thankfully didn't require much in the way of direct care. The main task with Dara was to pop in every few days and allow him to wheedle a trinket from our pockets. It was good for his mental health to acquire a shiny new treasure every so often, and he also enjoyed berating the caretakers for their shortcomings.
He's not an evil creature, this one. But he always is he's always in a foul mood. Being angry brings him joy. Fetch us an item from the chest in there, but only one. Victor would be displeased if we gave him more than one item at a time.
I didn't know if leprechauns are dangerous, but I could only assume the average leprechaun would easily kick a human being's ass, hence the gift to win his continued cooperation. I found a wooden chest nestled in a corner of the storage room, and I was stunned to discover that it was full of gold coins, intricate jewelry, and polished gems of every description. I stared at its contents with my mouth hanging open. I was looking at millions of dollars worth of precious metals and gemstones. It was just casually nestled away in an open storage closet, a stockpile of expensive presents for some asshole leprechaun. The absurdity of it all made me want to laugh, cry, and scream bloody murder all at the same time. I blindly grabbed a small necklace from the top of the heap and dropped it into Kaz's hands.
Oh, you will not be pleased with this at all,
Kaz murmured.
Wait and see. You will have some choice words for me today.
Kaz made his entry, and I watched with open-mouthed fascination as Dara O'Shaughnessy came stomping out of his earthen mound to confront his unwanted visitor. The leprechaun was 3 feet of red-faced fury in an emerald green waistcoat, complete with matching breeches and a smart-looking top hat. He glowered at Kaz and shouted, "What unforgiven sins have I committed to be so cursed with your presence, you lumbering horse's ass?" Kaz stoically ignored his insults and presented him with a necklace, a simple gold chain and locket combo. The leprechaun sneered at it and growled, "I'm the star attraction of this smoldering dung heap, and this is the best you can do. Bloody fucking outrage, so it is." He asked if Dara needed anything, and the leprechaun snorted, "I need you to fuck off out that door and stop bothering me! Say, who's that peeking through the window? Is that your new assistant? Does the sheep-faced bastard know what happened to the last one?" Kaz hissed, "Shush." He started for the door with the cackling leprechaun hot on his heels. "Oh, so no one's told him. Good grace! Surely the lad deserves to know about the poor man's tragic fate. Surely someone should tell him about the..." Kaz scrambled through the door and shut off the intercom, cutting Dara off mid-sentence. We stared at each other for an uncomfortable length of time. I said, "What happened to the last guy, Casimir? What was this tragic fate little guy was talking about, huh?"
"He did not listen," Casimir said quietly, "and he did not take care. You, however, you will do both, and you will be fine, okay? Listen to Casimir and you will be safe."
"What happened to him?" I asked again. "Is he dead?"
Yes, he is dead. He did not listen and he was killed."
"So it was his fault," I prodded, and Casimir gave me a reluctant nod.
"Yes, he did not listen, but he paid for this with his life. It was very tragic."
I closed my eyes tightly, and through gritted teeth I said, "Okay, sure. It was his own fault. He wasn't careful. So how did he die?" Casimir jerked his head up at the ceiling, then leaned in close to whisper,
"Not now. They're watching."
A second later, I heard a loud click echoed from the speaker in the ceiling, and Vic's voice boomed,
"How we doing, folks? You good? How's he holding up, Kaz?"
Kaz looked up at one of the light fixtures and said,
"Very well, Victor. He's learning. The whole experience requires some adjustments, as you know." "It really rattles the old brain cage at first, that's for sure," Vic agreed. "You got told your whole life that shit ain't real, and then you walk in this place and bam, here they are. Yeah, it's a hell of a thing to wrap your head around, I get that."
Vic stopped talking, and during the long pause that followed, Kaz darted a sharp glance at me and shook his head. His look quite clearly said, "Don't say a word."
"Well, I thought I'd check in and see how things are going for the new guy. Carry on, fellas. Say, why don't you take an early break, huh? Take the kid outside, show him the grounds. You don't have any more direct contact work today, do you?"
Kaz told the light fixture
There is only one more. I saved the best for last. Ah, shit, the goblin. Vic chuckled. I honestly kind of hate that fucking thing, creepy little bastard. Anyway, go take a break. Show him some of the cool stuff we got outside. Oh, one last thing. Send a kid to my office when you guys are done with the goblin, okay? Talk later.
Kaz turned to me with a stiff, unnatural grin and said,
Come along then, boy. There is an exit over here. Let us get some fresh air.
We stepped into the bright sunshine and fresh air, normal things from the normal world. I breathed in gratefully and said, How did he die, Kaz? What happened? Kaz growled at me to keep my voice down.
They might hear you. There are listening devices everywhere.
He steered me down a cobblestone pathway to a gazebo that was nestled beside a willow tree. The grounds were even more impressive up close. When you were walking beneath the elaborate archways and strolling across the rustic storybook bridges, the grounds had been landscaped to give off a vague medieval fantasy vibe, replete with small castles, mock-ups of peasant farmsteads, and whimsical statues of mythical monsters. At least I assumed they were mythical. After what I'd already seen this morning, I honestly wasn't so sure anymore. Kaz sat me down at a table in the gazebo, and speaking very softly, he told me Victor had called my predecessor into his office the previous Thursday and shot him dead. Victor had reason to believe the assistant had been planning one way or another to blow the whistle on the zoo and take the whole operation down. I do not know how Victor discovered his intentions, Kaz cautioned me, but I think he probably keeps his employees under surveillance. Keep your secrets close, your opinions even closer. Never speak of them out loud. I turned this information over in my mind and then pointed out that Vic wanted me to come to his office after we were done. Kaz assured me that this would be fine, but added, You must understand this place is more than just an investment to Victor. It is his dream and his passion. He will not hesitate to dispose of anyone who threatens to destroy his dream. You must always take care in this place, especially with the others. My last assistant confided in the wrong person, I think. And now, he is dead. I grimaced and said, Duly noted. I'll definitely keep that in mind. I felt something gently nudge my leg under the table. I leaned down and came face to face with a large rabbit with antlers growing out of his head. We stared at each other for a few seconds, and then it nudged me again with its antler. Hey, Casimir, there's a rabbit with a horns down here. What the fuck? The jackalope, he said, as he lit a cigarette. Relax, she will not hurt you. Victor allows some of the more harmless creatures to roam free on the grounds. Her name is Clara. And a very long time ago, she was given as a gift to King Arthur. Now she lives at the zoo. I crooned, Hi, Clara. And she stretched up to plant her muddy paws in my lap and sniff at my shirt. She was twice the size of a normal jackrabbit. Her little antlers were adorable. I think she likes me. And she responded by crawling fully into my lap, whacking me in the face with an antler in the process. I winced and scratched her behind the ears. I think she likes you as well, Casimir observed. She's normally a very shy creature, that one. I joked that maybe I could just look after Clara from that point on. Kaz shook his head. If only it could be so, he said, and he butted his smoke in a standing ashtray. We must get back inside soon and attend to the goblin. I asked if I could maybe grab my lunch bag from my car first. Casimir shook his head. I do not think you will wish to eat before we see the goblin, he said. You may regret doing so on a full stomach. Come along and brace yourself for what you are about to witness. The goblin's name was Gort. As it turned out, Kaz was correct. Gort put me off the idea of eating lunch completely. Gort's habitat was dimly lit to the point of being almost completely dark. I squinted through the observation window and said, I can't see shit in here. Why is it so dark? Kaz explained that the goblins prefer low-light environments. He put a flashlight from his utility belt and shone it through the glass, illuminating the mouth of an artificial cave. I could see a number of small bones scattered on the floor, most of them broken and gnawed into splinters. We must go into Gort's cave and clean up his mess. He is a slovenly creature. Go into the storage closet, bring some garbage bags, broom and dustpan, and also a pair of night vision goggles on top of that. I was surprised to discover that night vision goggles actually looked a lot like a fancy zoom lens camera on a head harness. As Kaz adjusted the straps on the harness, I asked him, is this thing dangerous? Should I be on standby with the trank gun? Gort could easily kill a man if he wanted to, Kaz admitted, but he has never been physically aggressive towards any of the caretakers. We provide him with an easy life. However, he is not a very pleasant fellow. He makes the leprechaun seem like a kindly old grandfather in comparison. Maybe he'll come out of his cave with his lantern and... Kaz entered the habitat, and I was left squinting after him through the window. All I could hear over the intercom was a faint dry rasp of the broom as bones rattled into the dustpan, followed by the rustling of the garbage bag. The longer nothing happened, the more horrible Gort the Goblin became in my imagination. What kind of animal did these bones come from? What the hell does a goblin eat, anyway? Do they eat people? I felt they probably would, given the chance. I mean, why the hell not? Let's have a look at you, I whispered at the window. Come on, dude, let's see your ugly ass in person. I leaned close to the glass, squinting into the darkness. Then a voice like a rusty hinge suddenly shrieked. That's right. Pick up me bones. Pick 'em all up. Look over there. It's a heap of dung. Pick it up, dung boy. Pick it all up. There was a peal of lunatic laughter, and the scene was abruptly illuminated by the chaotic light of a flickering lantern. The lantern was swinging around in the grasp of a grotesque, twisted horror with bulging yellow eyes. He looked like a cross between Mickey Rooney and a carnivorous toad. The goblin pointed at Casimir with a stubby claw, then performed a shuffling dance of malevolent glee. He crowed, Put a scare in you, did I? Oh, that's right. Pick up my dung, straight from me ass to your hands, dung boy. Hot and fresh, just like you like it. Kaz muttered something under his breath and carefully scooped up a large curl of excrement from the dustpan, much to the goblin's delight. He shook his fist and yelled, I need more rabbits, dung boy! I need more rabbits to turn into dung! Just for you! You'll get more rabbits soon, Casimir grunted. His face was blank and emotionless. Step aside, please. I'm finished here. Are you sure you're done here? Gort sneered. If I find even one splinter of bone laying upon the floor, I swear I'll wave my ass at the lords and ladies who come to gawk at me this eve. Stones, branch, and dirty asshole for all to see. I swear I will. You would not dare, Casimir said in a dismissive tone. Victor would have you bound in chains and beaten with a horsewhip. Gort's brash smile faded into a weak and petulant snarl. He growled, They'd not abuse me in such a manner. They wouldn't dare! As I recall, they have already done so on several occasions. Kaz corrected him. I would have thought you would not wish to repeat this experience. However, I can deliver your message to Victor if you would like. I do no such thing, Gort stuttered. Tell him nothing. Kaz nodded and said, It's probably for the best. Step aside, you foul beast, and allow me to leave. The goblin bared his teeth in a cat-like hiss, then trudged back. Casimir held the garbage bag away from his body, a faint look of disgust on his face, and he calmly made his way toward the exit.
Enjoy your gift, dung boy, Gort shouted after him, and he slid the trap door and his lantern closed, plunging the entrance to his cave into a thick gloom. Come back for more whenever you please. Hot and fresh, just like you like it. Kaz serenely left the goblin behind to rant to himself, and he thrust the garbage bag into my hands before I could pull them away. The smell was wild and explosively ripe. I could only imagine the god-awful stench within the confines of the goblin's habitat. He said, "There's a chute for the incinerator behind the trapdoor on the wall. Get rid of this horrible thing." I choked. How could you breathe in there? And ran for the disposal chute. Olfactory fatigue, he grinned. After a minute or two, your brain tells your nose to stop smelling the bad stuff. Kaz gestured at the exit of the end of the service tunnel. The code is the same as the door in the habitats. Victor will be waiting for you. Go on. I'll see you tomorrow. In an excitement of seeing my very first goblin, I had forgotten all about Victor Bonicelli. My heart started pounding in my chest. I cleared my throat and squeaked. You think it's going to be okay, right? I mean, he's not going to... It is probably fine, Kaz said, and he gave me another little shrug. A minimal gesture that said, maybe it will be so. Maybe not. Who knows? Kaz put a large Kevlar-gloved hand on my back and gave me a firm push toward the exit. You came face to face with a Sasquatch. You did not soil yourself, he said. You are made of sterner stuff than you think. Go now. Stay brave. I turned to give him a thumbs up. As soon as the door wheezed shut behind me, I leaned against the wall and started hyperventilating. I considered the possibilities of allowing myself a brief crying session before I went to see the man who may or may not shoot me dead in his office. But then I remembered. Vic might be watching me on camera, so I gritted my teeth. And I forced myself to stand up straight as an arrow. And I stopped blubbering to myself. Under my breath, I muttered, I just wanted a fucking job. Is that too much to ask? I uttered a silent prayer to whomever might be listening. And I headed out to face my possible doom. I opened the door to the lobby and realized I didn't actually know where the hell I was going. As it turned out, Vic had thoughtfully sent me one of his well-dressed goons to show me the way to his office. He was a brick wall of a human being with a shaved head and no neck at all, just enormous trapezius muscles that connected to the back of his skull. He said, "How you doing there?" And somehow it came out more like an aggressive accusation than a question. "The boss wants to see you in his office." He led me across the vast lobby with this menacing snake-like statue, and we ducked through a small, unmarked door that opened into a large reception area. It was a tasteful, decorated space, with designer lounge chairs and, honest-to-goodness, waterfall burbling out of one of the walls. The water cascaded over the edge of the opening and fell into a shallow pool below. The pool was contained inside an artificial rock basin that glittered with polished deposits of quartz and amethyst. I gawked like a child at the decadent display of splendor around us, and I gasped. I've never seen anything like this before. Not in real life. I thought the lobby was something else, but this is just crazy. The goon glanced over his shoulder at me and grunted. "This ain't crazy. There's some big money in action. The things Mr. Bonicelli got on display here, now that shit's crazy." There was yet another door on the far side of the room, and it was guarded by an icy beauty who sat behind a long and gleaming reception desk. As we drew closer, it became apparent her features were a bit, well, alien-looking. For lack of a better term, her eyes were almost cartoonishly large, and her nose was a small, fleshy nub nestled above the exaggerated bow of her upper lip. However, it was the elongated points of her ears that really gave her away. I stared at them in shock. Vic's hired muscle gave her a slight bow, then pointed at me with a finger that resembled a ballpark sausage with knuckle hair. He said, "Good morning, Miss Dahlia. I brought this guy to see the boss." Speaking in a soft southern accent, Miss Dahlia purred, "Good morning, Len," and favored him with a very slight of smiles.
She looked over at me and added, "Could you be an absolute honeycomb and tell this young man to stop staring at my ears, please? It's not very polite." Without bothering to look at me, Len growled,
"Mind your manners, Dumbo. Don't stare at Miss Dahlia."
I stammered, I'm really sorry. I didn't mean to."
"Shut it."
Len commanded. I stopped talking and I looked down at my feet. Miss Dahlia curled her lips at me and picked up the phone. She said, "He's here." And then, in a most frostier tone, "Victor will see you now." Len gave me an unfriendly push towards the door.
"It's open. Go in."
Victor's office was surprisingly small and plain in comparison to the reception area. He looked up at me from the other side of his desk and gave me a grin.
"Not much to look at, is it? I'm a simple guy, really. All the pomp and splendor out there, it's for the guests. That's what they pay for. Me, I like something like, more cozy, you know? Yeah, have a seat, kid."
Vic offered me a box of cigars. I declined.
He exclaimed, "What, no cigar? I got him from Arturo Finetti. You go great with whiskey, you sure?"
I stole a glance at the bottom of the Jameson Gold Reserve on his desk and said, "Well, it's only 10:30 in the morning, but I'll definitely have a drink."
"Always past noon somewhere in the world."
Vic proclaimed with a smile, and he poured us both a generous slug in a cut crystal whiskey glass. He nipped the end off a cigar and lit it up with a low groan of contentment.
"Now I guess you're wondering to yourself, how the hell does a guy end up running a zoo for cryptids? Bigfoot, leprechauns, all that shit. They ain't supposed to be real. Now you've seen them with your own eyes. They're just as real as you and me. Quite a shock, ain't it?"
Choosing my words carefully, I asked, "What about the Bonesaw Vic part? I mean, that actually caught my attention more than, the cryptid part." Vic leaned back and plopped his sneakered feet up on his desk.
"Okay,"
he exhaled.
"Time for a story. So, I had my start working under a boss named Mario Ginetti. I called him Nickels, because he always sit there rolling a shiny nickel back and forth between his knuckles. Anyway, I was a kid, only 12 years old. He could see I already had more balls and ambition than most of the grown men in his crew. Only position Nichols had for a young kid like me was be a runner for numbers games. That's what he did. I made drops for Nichols all over Brooklyn on my bike. It wasn't long before I was bringing home 3-4 times what my old man made as a janitor. Easy. I'll tell you something. A jealous old prick. He didn't like that too much. He started getting on my case how I was working for a criminal. So I just tossed him $10. Get him to piss away at the dog track. Usually kept him out of my business for a while. So everything's good for a while, right? And then a couple mooks tried robbing me. I was 13 by then, maybe 14. They knocked me off my bike, pulled me into an alleyway. One of them holds up a knife, says, "Give me what's in the bag." So I opened it up, right? Pulled out a .38 special I always carried in there. Them stupid motherfuckers got what was in the bag.
I blinked at Vic from across the desk and murmured, "Holy shit." Vic nodded in agreement.
Anyhow,
he continued,
when I turned 18, Nichols let me join the crew. I was a collector and an enforcer. If you were ducking payments on your gambling debts, I'd be the one to come pay you a visit. If I were in a bar somewhere and the boss heard you cracking wise by another table, well, I'd be the one to walk over there, show you the error of your ways. I was good at my job. I enjoyed my work very much.
Vic took a sip of his whiskey, basking away in the glow of those fond memories.
It wasn't much longer before I started getting contracts. Guy fucks up, gets his name put on a piece of paper. I'd be the last person he'd see in the world. Once again, I was good at my job. I enjoyed it. Lots of traveling around, seeing the sights. It was good. Good work.
Despite my deep unease, I was fascinated with Vic's backstory. I said, I don't want to overstep my bounds or anything, but Vic flapped a hand at me and interjected,
Stop. I already know what you're going to say. You want to know how many, don't you? I'll tell you something, kid. I honestly lost count. There were a lot of names, a lot of faces. It was a long time ago. Anyway, in those days, I'd always carry a Bonesaw in the car. It's a lot easier to deal with him afterward if you'd, you know.
Vic made a sawing motion and grinned. I tried to grin back, but failed miserably.
So they started calling me Bonesaw Vic. I like that just fine. With a nickname like that, people always treat me like the utmost respect, you know. Yeah, one day I got a call about a scumbag wouldn't pay his debts. Real hard on this guy. Nichols sent a couple of boys over to rattle his cage. Didn't go their way. Put them both in the hospital. 2 big, tough guys. Put them both in the intensive care unit. So I tracked this guy down to a motel room somewhere, right? Kick in the door, put 6 in his chest. Pop, pop, pop. Do him right there and then. But he didn't die.
Vic chuckled to himself and knocked back the rest of his whiskey.
Right before my own eyes, ragged-looking little fuck bounces off the floor, smashes through the window. I run outside after him, but he's gone. Just zoom. Gone in seconds. Blur down the road. Long story short, turns out the guy wasn't human. He was a vampire. That's when I discovered the world of cryptozoology, kid. Fast forward 30 years, here we are. Any questions?
I pointed at the door and said, Your receptionist, she's not human either, is she? Vic snorted.
Her? Hell no, Miss Dahlia is a water nymph. Best secretary you can ever ask for, that cow. She used to live in a freshwater stream, right? So we siphoned off a bunch of the water. Made her that waterfall out there. I tell you, she is never late for work.
I nodded my head and drained my glass. A water nymph? Oh, sure. Why not? I tentatively pushed the glass across the desk and tilted my head to the bottle. Vic crooned,
Attaboy,
and poured me another one. He slid it back in front of me and exhaled.
So, yeah, I didn't call you in here to tell you my life story. First of all, I want you to know you did a great job in there today, kid. You didn't start crying like a bitch when that fucking Sasquatch came running at the door. You didn't try to run away neither. No, those other guys, those other caretakers, they're a pretty rough bunch. Soldiers, mercenaries, cutthroats, all that description. You went in there. You did what they do. That's something to be proud of. Most people, they couldn't do it. You got big brass balls, kid. I'm proud of you.
Maybe it's just the whiskey, but Vic's praise went straight to my heart. I'd never had an employer say anything positive about me before. Not once. I felt my face flush red and I sputtered. Thank you, Vic. I appreciate that. I'll try my best each and every day. I won't, I won't say anything to anyone about the place. I can keep a secret.
Sure you can,
Vic beamed.
That's why I hired you. You did your time like a man. You didn't rat no one out. Tough little bastard. Tougher than you know.
Stern stuff, I agreed, and held up my glass in a toast. Thank you, Vic. I mean it. Vic cautioned.
Yeah, don't thank me yet. You ain't been inside one of them habitats yet. It's a lot different when you got Harry staring you in the eye and got no door between you. That's when you earn your money. And that reminds me.
Vic stabbed the intercom button on his phone and said,
Miss Dahlia, can you bring in that envelope?
The water nymph glided through the door and dropped the white envelope on the desk.
She smelled faintly of moss, minerals, and rich, dark earth, and her hair fell like dusky waterfalls across her back. I realized I was staring at her again with my mouth agape, and I forced myself to look away. "You're all wide eyes and racing heartbeats, aren't you, sugar?" Miss Dahlia noted in a crisp, frosty tone. I stuttered an apology and looked down at my glass. I could feel my face burning with embarrassment. Miss Dahlia paused beside Vic on her way out of the room. She patted him on the shoulder, and stage whispered, "Don't let this baby boy anywhere near that succubus. Victor, the poor thing wouldn't stand a chance against that shameless hussy."
"He'll be fine, Miss Dahlia," Vic rumbled. "Thank you, and that'll be all for now."
She frowned at him and left, closing the door just a little too hard behind her. Vic shook his head and sighed.
"Now, I'll tell you something, that pretty ones, they always hate each other." "Anyway, figured you're probably kind of broke right now, am I right?" "Sure I am, I'm always right. This is a week's pay."
He handed me the envelope.
"Calling it a signing bonus. Get yourself a good haircut, maybe some new clothes. Take a nice girl out for dinner and a movie. Have a celebration. Made the cut. There's one thing you gotta..."
I stopped listening right after he said, "this week's pay," because I was too busy staring into the envelope with my eyes bulging out of my head. I'd never seen so much money in my entire life. I blurted, "Thank you so much," and Vic abruptly stopped talking. His smile disappeared. He jabbed a finger in the air like a dagger and barked, "Shut up! I ain't done talking yet. You made the cut, yes, but I'm not. I'm gonna have to stress something here, okay? If you fuck this up, they will never find your body. You got me? Not one hair, not one tooth, not even a button off your shirt. You'll be gone. Do you understand me?" I looked him in the eye and saw that he wasn't a threat. Vic was simply telling the truth. I nodded and I croaked, Yes, sir, I understand." He studied me for an agonizingly long period of time. I forced myself to hold his gaze and keep my expression neutral. The euphoric rush of holding all that back rent in my hand shriveled and died in the laser beam intensity of those searching eyes. I can't remember being keenly aware of compensation of that kind. I can remember being keenly aware of my own mortality and questioning if there was any amount of money that could adequately compensate for that kind of mortal terror. The answer was yes, of course. And the amount was whatever I was holding in my hands at that moment. I didn't have any other choice. I'd seen too much. There was no going back. And then it passed. And Vic slowly reclined in his chair, making the springs squeal in torment beneath the burden of his bulk. He puffed his cigar and wheezed at the ceiling.
"I want to believe you're a good kid. I want to believe this. So I will. But don't you ever give me a reason to regret my faith in you. Capiche?"
Softly I said, "I'll never be anything but an asset to your organization, but I'm a hard worker and I'll never breathe a word to anyone. Promise." Vic pursed his lips and said,
"We'll see."
He pushed a button on the keypad of his bulky desk phone, and seconds later Len poked his head in through the door.
"We'll see you tomorrow, kid,"
Vic said, and his smile returned, transforming him from a murderous thug to fatherly businessman in the blink of an eye.
"Show up the same time as today. Go directly to the service tunnel. Kaz will be waiting for you."
I tried to thank him one last time, but Vic waved me away and poured himself another drink.
"Big day tomorrow. Gotta get suited up for entry. Think you're ready? Go on, get out of here. Get yourself some lunch."
As Len briskly marched me through the reception, I noticed an expensively dressed man sitting on one of the designer chairs. He was reading a newspaper and sipping a Perrier while he waited to see the boss. I took a closer look and recognized him as a very famous film director. He looked up and gave me a cordial nod as we passed. I turned to Len when we got to the lobby and started to say, "Hey, was that?" Len snapped,
"I don't know, loudmouth. Was it?"
I immediately stopped talking. The message was clear. Some things were not to be said out loud. At least not by the likes of me, the lowly caretaker's assistant. I was to be seen and not heard. Len followed me out of the gate to a golf cart and pushed the button to let me out. I stuck my arm out of the window to wave at him as I drove away, but it wasn't returned. The gate rolled shut behind me, clunk. And if it weren't for the envelope of cash stuffed in my pocket, I would have been tempted to believe the whole thing was a bizarre hallucination. But it wasn't a hallucination. I was the new caretaker's assistant at Bonesaw Vic's Cryptozoology Gardens. There was no turning back. I went straight home and slept for hours. I think I must have been in shock. I dreamed about four-mouthed boogeymen, elven beauties with raven hair, and gangsters with bone saws in their trunks of their cars. I woke up starving and ordered a deluxe pizza with garlic bread, wings, the whole works. I tipped the delivery guy $20. I ate like a king while I sat in the dark, watching the moon rise through the window as I sorted my troubled thoughts. The creatures in Vic's facility were inmates. Their habitats were jail cells. Some of them might belong there, but not all of them. Harry, for example, belonged in the wild, running free in a real forest with others of his kind. He wasn't necessarily good or evil. He just was. His only crime was daring to exist in a world that didn't believe in his existence. Thought about Kaz's threats to the goblin, about chains and horsewhips. I knew that it wasn't right. The goblin might be repugnant and nasty, but what was his real crime? Not wanting to be gawked at by visitors? It wasn't right. None of it was right. I was just about to call it a night when my eyes were drawn to a red glow on the street below. I saw a man leaning against a dark sedan, smoking a cigarette. It's staring up at my window. I guess I shouldn't have been surprised, but it made my heart beat a little faster regardless. I crawled into bed and I stared at the ceiling for a long time. Around 1 a.m, I got up to take a leak and I took a peek out the window after I was done. Sure enough, he was still out there, sitting in the sedan, smoking in the dark. I took the money with me when I went back to bed, nuzzling up to the precious envelope like it was a teddy bear. I decided they could watch me all they wanted. Didn't matter. For better or worse, I'd hopped on this crazy train with my luggage in hand. There was nothing I could do but come along for the ride. I fell asleep, and this time, I dreamt of nothing at all. In the morning, I didn't wake up as a nobody. I woke up as a caretaker's assistant. Despite the circumstances of my employment, I was excited for a new day. And I'm not going to lie. Felt pretty damn good. Now, I'm unsure where I stand legally with this after signing an NDA, but those things only matter if you're alive, right? My name is Mac Haberstroh. Mac is short for Mackenzie. I'm a freelance artist. I'm not a painter. In fact, my work revolves around dolls. I'm not fond of them as much as the next person. In fact, porcelain dolls scare me the most. Their lifeless eyes and dire fashion are outdated, and I can't help but associate them with horror movies. I often avoid working with them unless I'm desperate for a gig, but I must admit that doing their hair is more manageable than most dolls. Despite this, I spend most of my time working on anything but porcelain. I post my work on Facebook and Instagram, as they've been the best ways to reach clients. But when my niece, Laura, suggested I try and upload clips to TikTok, I saw an influx of interest in my handiwork. I was surprised to see how many people sat through a quick 1-minute clip of hair restoration or styling, and despite the negative stigma surrounding dolls, people loved it. Kids seemed to enjoy my guides, and I was thankful. In fact, Laura's suggestion was so helpful that I received a message requesting my phone number from the Disney in my business email, despite the address only being linked to my Facebook and Instagram. At 10:34 p.m. the following evening, I received a call. I was tempted to ignore the obnoxious buzzing from my mobile due to how late it was. My social battery was drained from a day putting on personalities for videos, and I had just selected a movie to watch, but when I answered, the mention of a hefty sum of money soon sent electricity through my veins, and I was awoken by the sheer motivator of cold, hard cash. Before I tell you about the job, I have to explain it a little. If you're not familiar with yarn, weirdly enough, it grows. Technically, it stretches over time, but when you put it on a doll, you may as well say it grows. And when the added wetness and humidity of places, such as the Disney's It's a Small World ride, the doll's hair booms. Since yarn has a very high chance of splitting, you can't just hire anybody to cut the hair. It needs to be somebody with experience, as it means that they'd have to pay another person to come and replant more. This is where I come in. When you download or sign up for something, do you read the terms of service? Because I don't. I probably should have read my contract past the first page, and maybe the NDA when I arrived in California. Over the phone, Mr. Darwin mentioned that I was able to take pictures for my portfolio. However, I was not allowed to live stream the process on Facebook or Instagram. Any knowledge of the workings of Disney was not allowed to be shared. Nothing surrounding live streaming on TikTok was mentioned verbally, but I wonder if the NDA had any information that may have warned me about the experience. After the brief meeting, a senior cast member named Luis led me to where I would be staying, which, from my understanding, was situated right in the park. Luis was pretty young, perhaps mid-20s, a year older than me. However, despite her young age, dark circles hidden poorly by makeup hung from her eyes, and her mousy blonde hair was thin and frail and hung in her face. She walked me around the park and showed me employee walls awarding long-serving cast members. A few awards belonged to Mr. Darwin, who worked for the park for over 15 years. "So you like dolls?" Luis asked timidly, as if she had forgotten her role for a minute. You could say that, but I mainly like doing the hair. I've always enjoyed it, even when I was little," I shrugged. "The girls in your family must love you." She smiled softly. Soon enough, she closed the distance between us. "I grew up with my dad, and he didn't know how to tie hair." She sighed, her voice hardly audible over both adults' and children's joyous screams. What about your mom or sisters?" I asked, afraid to overstep my boundaries. "My mom passed away when I was super little. My dad's side of the family didn't really have many female relatives." I gave Luis a small smile, unsure what to say, and ultimately decided to change the topic. "Who previously did the doll's hair?" I asked, just as Luis showed me how to open my room door. I thought that a place like Disney would have a permanent guy for that. The question must have surprised her because she fumbled with my card and a red light flickered above the handle. "Never met her." Her need to avoid eye contact made it very obvious she was lying. I found it peculiar that Disney didn't have a specific person for the role. I asked Mr. Darwin on the phone when I first called, but he just told me that she transferred to Treasured Staff Department, but I was hoping to speak with her about how the dolls are usually treated. Luis tried the sensor again, and this time we were greeted with the clink of a door unlocking and a green light. "You should try asking him then. I didn't speak to her much. Is there anything else you need?" she asked, and I shook my head no. The room was like a studio apartment. Open plan, with the only walled-off area being the bathroom. It was cozy, and a kitchen meant I can cook rather than fattening myself up on expensive attraction food. Sat on the kitchen island was an elegant but aged file on all the dolls, and a small toolbox. Every single page had been laminated, but it was clear they were once left bare by the crinkles on each sheet. There was one page specifically that was aged the most and stained with purple-brown ink. The page attached to the document seemed to have been taped on, while the others must have been glued. The image was a pretty blonde doll, dressed in aged attire with a small white apron. The sheet listed her usual hair length and sign-off sheets for when the hair had been cut and replaced. But unlike other dolls, Belladonna had managed to keep her original yarn from 2005. Despite not being the oldest of dolls, her page had definitely been loved. In the toolkit were scissors, tonics, and cotton buds to care for the dolls. Although the hair was my forte, they requested I also clean the doll's eyes and any dirt spots or mold that may have gathered since the last time of care. Mr. Darwin requests that you enjoy your free time until this evening when the park's closed. Louise smiled. We like to keep our rides operable during the day and avoid disturbing the magic for the guests while on rides. The last thing they'd want to see is you working on the dolls. I'll be back to guide you this evening. And with that, she left. With Louise gone, I took the time to study each doll. Almost all of them had the same care pattern, and honestly, trimming yarn was something I'd done for decades. A few dolls with sticky notes on their pages needed particular things, such as restyling, and these dolls moved a lot more, and their hair often came loose. And a few had needed more hair planted in. When evening came, Louise guided me over to the ride. The incredibly catchy tune still played and got louder as we approached. She took me through the back entrance, which allowed me to access the dolls from the back. "Louise?" I called just as she was leaving. "Could you turn the music off?" I asked, surprised that they went through the effort of emptying the water, but left the music running. "I can't," she said flatly. "Is there not a button? I can help you look. I don't know if I can work while it's playing," I insisted. I also wasn't sure if I'd get some sort of copying issue on TikTok. "No, we're never turning the music off. It messes with the dolls." There was a slight pause. "Mechanics. I'm not sure about the specifics, but many are old animatronics and the music plays a big part. But if you need to pause a doll while you're working on it, you just need to press their IMBs. Individual mechanism buttons." There was nothing too strange about the first evening. I mean, I'd never been to Disneyland before, so I was completely unaware that the song's language had changed for each area. I managed to get over a dozen of the dolls preened and cleaned, meaning that I could move from the frozen North Pole section to Scandinavia. The few people that joined my stream enjoyed the process, and with my phone on the tripod, I was able to work efficiently. As expected, a majority of viewers had complained about the song, so much so that I had to pin a comment explaining that I can't turn it off. A strange thing was that some of the dolls had a weird goo at the top of their head, and some sort of brownish bonding agent hadn't mixed well with the humidity. I scanned the Scandinavian section for a moment and took in the details. From beautiful and traditional dresses to unique hats. It looked magical. I could tell which dolls had a lot of movement from the number of flyaway hairs. However, there was one doll that didn't remain static. In the distance, on top of a crescent moon in the air, sat 3 dolls. In the center, a blonde doll's head moved right to left on a loop, as if surveying the area. I had attempted to show the viewers, but I caught a looming Louise standing at the door of the section. "Miss Haberstroth," Louise called out. She was no longer in her uniform, but her hair was still neatly tied back. She remained at the door to the attraction, almost like she refused to come in. I didn't blame her, though. One misstep and you'd probably fall. I pulled my phone down and looked towards Louise. I swallowed a fat glob of spit back down to my throat and replied with a strained, "Sorry to disturb you, but it's 3 a.m. I was told I had to guide you back to your room before I could clock out," she yawned. I gathered my gear in a rush, careful not to knock over anything on the set. Had she noticed? "No, Louise, I'm sorry. Let's go." The next night, I came prepared with earbuds designed for married couples to drown out their partner's snoring. But nothing could cancel out the cheery song. They were so useless that I ripped them at the beginning. The earbuds were better used as an expensive cotton swab. Great for those hard-to-hit spots. Once again, Louise watched me from the door for a few moments. "How many nights do you think it'll take you?" she asked curiously. This many dolls, it could be 2 weeks, maybe more," I shrugged. I used the dull pair of scissors to snip away the elastic band around the doll's hair. Louise allowed the tune to fill the silence for a couple of seconds before saying goodbye and leaving. I once again set up my phone. If the CIA wanted a new torture method, boy, do I have one for them. The tune to It's a Small World is endearing, for a short while, but it becomes increasingly annoying. Imagine just how much I wanted to rip my hair out after an hour. I was surprised that my viewers continued to increase. I talked to another doll and changed the angle to show the 3 dolls on the moon again. However, I was surprised to see the center one sat static again. "That's strange," I hummed. "Perhaps she needs repairs? I think it's one of the older dolls. She's pretty, though." I moved the phone to point to the other dolls and began work on another that needed a trim. Something as simple as a snip takes a lot of time. I need to be careful. We'll have to look for a ladder tomorrow. Maybe we'll get a good view from up there. Nearing the night's end, I noticed the dull pair of scissors had gone missing. I had come across them on the track with some extreme-looking and a brilliant suggestion to use a torch. Embarrassed by my mistake and the idea that I may have dropped them while the earbuds were in, I grew extremely flustered. Okay, you can't record in here, Mackenzie, Louise sputtered in a panic. I almost dropped the scissors at her voice. You can take pictures, but you need to delete that video. Although it was a demand, it seemed like she was regurgitating someone else's words. And like a child, being scorned, I stuttered to speak. It's a live stream? End it now! She was desperate. I quickly followed her words and closed the live. Is it off? I nodded. You can't do that. They're shy. Louise glanced up at the moon, and her eyes changed for a split second before she let out a small chuckle, indicating that she was joking. Hey, you head back. I need to close up. She smiled, and I obliged. Don't worry. I won't tell them. Disney probably safety-checked the ride each morning, but I couldn't help but think of the scissors causing a crash or flinging into somebody's face. The fact that I could have killed somebody kept me up alongside the mass messages of an edited screenshot of the moon dolls. The most annoying part was that it was sent from many accounts. Stupid joke, but one freaky enough to make me not want to be in there alone. On further inspection, the middle doll had been staring at the camera. Something its mechanism shouldn't have allowed it to do. I managed to sleep through the day. The warm sun illuminated the room softly and protected me from anything looming in the shadows, and allowed my overreactive brain to relax. I managed to wash up, feed myself, and play on my phone for a bit until there was a knock at my door. Miss Haberstroh, I'm here to escort you. A male voice trickled in from the cracks beneath the door. I hesitated to answer and crept to the door. Where's Louise? I asked. She transferred to another department, he informed, and I peeped through the spy hole. In front of the door was a young gentleman in his early 20s. Despite his age, he seemed confident in himself. It was weird, since she didn't mention transferring. Maybe she forgot. Mr. Darwin asked me to escort you from now on. He beamed as if he knew I was looking at him, so I opened the door and he handed me the doll profile book. You left this last night. The walk to the ride felt shorter than ever. Michael and I got along swimmingly, and he shared stories of his little sister's fascination with dolls, which she had gotten from her older sister. I was wrong to be suspicious of him. Hey, Michael, do you know how to turn the music off? I tried. Oh, it doesn't turn off. The dolls have to stay active, which means the music stays on, he informed. The reply was similar to Louise's. I decided not to work on the moon dolls that session, as the middle one had disappeared. Maybe for repairs. Pushing my luck, I set up another stream and started by showing the new section to the viewers. Strange, none of them are moving today, I noticed. It was true. The music was playing, however the dolls were still, as if their IMBs had been pressed. I guess it makes it easier for me to work on them. Since it was an easier night, I was able to answer a few questions. I refused to disclose the location, but people quickly identified the dolls. How do you know which is which? A comment asked. Well, if you check their backs, there's a tag with a number on the back, I explained while moving to the next doll. I arrived at one which looked well kept and searched for the tag. No, this one doesn't have one. I showed the front of the doll to the camera. Her mousy blonde hair hung straight, but the strange brown goo had begun to seep from the scalp. She must have lost her tag. I took the time to clear the smelly goop and tied the hair back, careful not to ruin the yarn. Just as I was about to switch to another doll, I noticed the liquid had started to seep out of one of her eyes. I quickly wiped it with a cloth, turning the material a maroon color. Maybe it's some sort of wood glue or something? I swapped to another doll, which was dressed up as Alice from Alice in Wonderland, and pulled out the tag to show number 32. So if I search through my book for 32, it'll show me a reference. I grinned. I can't show you, though, or I'll get in trouble, but I bet you can guess who she's meant to look like. I learned from previous mistakes and stopped my streams before 3, which was good judgment because Michael appeared right on time. How's it going? He smiled. Peachy. Found one without a tag, though. Who do I report it to? I pointed out the doll to him. I'll look into it. Belladonna was back the next night, and dolls were back in motion. It seemed the further along I got, the lazier the dolls became. I couldn't help but wonder if mechanisms got burnt out after being on 24/7. Michael was able to get me a ladder, but he seemed to linger around, meaning I couldn't stream. I climbed up the ladder and placed my toolbox at the top. There's no room for the books, so it meant I had to climb down to double-check my work. Oh, did you find out what number the doll was? I tied its hair back, but I'm worried it has a certain style, I asked him, taking extra care to trim the yarn of the first doll while so high up. Michael hummed. I'm not sure. Do you want to come and check with me? I know where the ride plans are, he mentioned. Like right now? With my rising viewage, I didn't want to start my stream too late. Felt like I had people expecting me for once. When you're done with that. I took a look at Belladonna and pressed her IMB. Something clicked, and allowed her head to move back and forth again. Although I hadn't worked on her yet, I didn't want to jam the mechanics for too long for fear of breaking her. Michael took me to a backroom area for the ride, somewhere I never expected to be. He rummaged around as if he knew what he should be looking for, but not where it was. I heard they keep an updated plan from the Imagineers somewhere. Every other ride I've worked on had one. They usually updated when there's changes. He shuffled around until he got to the last drawer. Oh? What is it? This one was last updated in 2006. Disappointment, alongside something else I couldn't pinpoint, coated his voice. I watched as he took out the previous plan and waited for him to examine them. Miss Haberstroth? What do you think about the ride? He asked. I mean, it's cute. I struggled to place an opinion on it. Kind of strange? I don't know. My older sister used to love this ride. When she turned 18, I remember she got a Disney pass that she could come and look at all the dolls. I raised a brow, feeling like I was in the wrong place. I was only like 8 at the time. Yeah? I replied. Let's head back. A lot of dolls aren't even on here, especially the new one. Did you check down the shirt for the tag? No, I guess I didn't check properly. For some reason, Michael kept hold of the ride plans and followed me out. We navigated towards the mystery doll across the ride, and I noticed a new tag hanging out of its shirt. Just as I went to reach it, a huge crash echoed throughout the tunnel. The sound of crashing metal sent both Michael and me jumping out of our skins. Michael screamed a few curse words, then quickly corrected himself. It seemed like he hadn't fully grasped the cast member personality just yet. Sorry, he apologized. We turned the slight corner together to see my toolbox on the ground. The ladder, however, was still in place. Guess I should be the one that's sorry. I should have taken that down with me. Unfortunately, bottles of cleaner and tonic had smashed across the tracks. I hopped down and tried to clear the bigger pieces while Michael grabbed a broom. I loaded the bigger chunks onto the now liquid-soaked piece of cloth, but a much smaller piece impaled my finger in the process. It didn't cause much harm, but I was a baby about pulling it out. When Michael came back, he helped me remove it, and I used the cloth to stop the bleeding while he retrieved the first aid kit. The liquid on the fabric stung and turned my blood a darker color. It wasn't one of the best ideas to use something soaked in cleaning fluid as gauze. When Michael came back, he took it upon himself to disinfect and bandage the wound. Despite everything, I was stuck staring at the cloth. Michael followed my gaze to the cloth and hissed under his breath. You lost a lot of blood? No, just a bit. Those big stains are from the dolls, I huffed. Why would the dolls bleed? He asked, confused. I mean, I'm not a doll expert, but it wasn't blood. It's a weird goop. It may have been glue or something, reacting with the rusty mechanisms. Now that I had said it out loud, it did sound stupid. Which dolls? He asked. Quite a few. The ones we were at had some. Michael grabbed the scissors off the ground and rushed over to the newly tagged doll. I scrambled behind him, desperate to keep up. What did she look like? He shook. She. The person before me. Luis. Michael rushed his words. His panic had started to infect me. She had almost brown hair, mousy blonde, dark circles, I don't know. I tripped over my words. Look at it. Although his voice was weak, his sentence was demanding, and I did as I was told. At first it didn't make sense. The doll in front of me was frail-looking. Skinny, with Less yarn than they give the rest. I mean, sure, the hair color was the same, but that didn't mean anything. You're not suggesting... I trailed off. It was so ridiculous that I couldn't finish my sentence. Cleaning fluid has formaldehyde in it. Do you know what it's also used for? He asked. Scissors gripped hard in his hands that his fingers were turning white. When I failed to answer, he did it for me. They embalm with it. It reacts with blood, too. It's even used in disinfectant wipes. I had caught on to part of his accusation even more now. But if it was embalmed, why would it leak? I don't know. Shitty job, maybe? Michael raised the scissors, ready to stab into the doll, and I threw myself in front of him. Stop! This is stupid! You can't destroy it! You have no proof! Michael stopped, lowered his arm, and paused for a minute. He pulled the folded ride plans out of his pocket and opened it. Do you remember which dolls had the goo? Circle them. I stared at the plan for longer than I wanted. It took me a few moments to decipher it. Well, I can't, I admitted. They're not on there. Only the moon one is. Show me the page for it. Michael followed me back to the doll portfolio. It was already open to Belladonna's, ready for her fix-up. Hers. I handed him the book, which he took. I watched as a tan Michael turned pale as a sheet. His appearance became incredibly sickly, and his lack of reaction worried me. Finally, he shook out a breath and swallowed. He shakily handed me back the book and sat on the wet track. Michael began to sob into his knees aggressively, and once again I stood in fright of the strange man. It wasn't until I crouched down to his height to comfort him that I managed to hear what he was crying out. Donna. Donna, Donna, he sobbed. His voice cracked and his words broke from his tears. Donna? Belladonna? I asked, and he only sobbed harder. I couldn't get an explanation out of him for a long time. We sat on the track soaking our trousers in leftover chlorine residue. I had no idea how to deal with somebody so unbelievably upset that all I could do was take the scissors off of him, drop them, and wait. I'll make one quick change, because I know this. This is a Disney fact that nobody asked for. I couldn't get an explanation out of him for a long time. We sat on the track soaking our trousers in leftover bromine residue. I had no idea how to deal with somebody so unbelievably upset that all I could do was take the scissors off of him, drop them, and wait. When he finally calmed down, he glanced up at the doll on the moon, returning the stare. Pinpricks of fear stabbed my body as I locked eyes with her. But she didn't move. My sister, Donna, she went missing. My parents never told me what happened, but I became obsessed with her disappearance a few years back. The police never figured it out. She apparently checked out of the park, so it wasn't the park's responsibility. I felt uncomfortable, but heard him out. They think they found her body, but her face was mangled. Her eyes, teeth, and fingertips were missing, but it had her bracelet. My parents couldn't confirm it was her, but we buried it anyway. I wrapped my arm around him and pulled him into an embrace. His wet cheeks pressed against mine. Belladonna is what a cast member used to call her. I rewatched old home videos recently. He wasn't too old, maybe had a few years on her, probably was my age. Pretty Donna. I watched Michael stand up and head to the ladders. His shaky frame climbed it towards the doll. I didn't have the heart to stop him. He ripped it from its frame and carried it down. Brown goo leaked from its eyes, but it remained completely static. Mom and Dad always said you'd go after anyone who gave you attention. You were born to be adored, he whispered as he wiped her eyes with his sleeve. In an unexpected feat, Michael, who had grabbed the scissors off the floor, stabbed the doll's face.
Brown sludge dripped from the hole, and whitish stones fell to the ground alongside it. Teeth. All around us, the dolls began to leak, their bodies motionless. The music stopped. This was her favorite ride, he sobbed, and embraced the doll, staining his uniform with liquid. I watched as he mourned for a long time. The relief of finding out what happened to his sister, but the pain of losing her again had reopened wounds that once healed. Michael and I both left in my car. However, my phone won't stop ringing. I blocked Mr. Darwin's phone number, but I keep getting calls from random and unknown numbers. Michael told me not to answer. I was hired by Disney to cut the hair of the It's a Small World dolls because their hair grows yearly. And now, I fear that my life is in danger.
Approximately 334 days ago, according to the Martian calendar, NASA began to use the Perseverance rover for research of the Red Planet. Thanks to the rover, we've learned more about our distant neighbor this year than ever before. But not all of it is for the betterment of mankind. 2 microphones aboard the rover have been recording the winds of the Red Planet for quite some time, trying to determine the acoustic differences between our world and Mars. Mars has an unusual atmosphere compared to this planet, with very different temperature, density, and chemistry. These differences have 3 main effects on the sound you'd hear. The speed of sound. The sound emitted in the cold Martian atmosphere takes slightly longer to get to your ear. With an average surface temperature of around -81 degrees Fahrenheit or -63 degrees Celsius, Mars has a lower speed of sound, around 540 miles per hour or 240 meters per second, compared to around 760 miles per hour or 340 meters per second on Earth. You probably wouldn't notice up close, but over longer distances, you definitely would. Imagine trying to hear the roar of a fire, only to realize the house that you're getting to has already burned down. The volume of sound. The level you hear will also be automatically lower on Mars. The Martian atmosphere is about 100 times less dense than on Earth. That is, there's just a lot less of it. This affects how sound waves travel from the source to the detector, resulting in a softer signal. On Mars, you'd have to be much closer to a source of a sound to hear it at the same volume as you would on Earth. The quality of sound. The atmosphere of Mars, which is made up of 96% carbon dioxide, absorbs a lot of high-pitched sounds, so only lower-pitched sounds travel long distances. This effect is known as attenuation, a weakening of the signal at certain frequencies, and it would be more noticeable the farther you are from the source. Put together, these 3 impacts change how you or anything would sound in the atmosphere of Mars. Imagine, then, the surprise felt when it was recorded only a week ago, what sounded like screaming. I was at my station reviewing the audio and barely drifting off to the ambience that was carrying through the microphones, when this extremely high-pitched shriek pierced the airwaves. Immediately, I fumbled with my gear, snatching the headphones off as I felt my heart beat faster than it ever had before. I took a moment to recompose, then placed the headphones back on to listen. The noise was gone, but it did feel like there were reverberations from it everywhere in the audio. There was this low thrill that filled the void from the shriek. Hesitantly, I rewound the audio, turning the volume to a low frequency so I wouldn't hurt my ears. Ordinarily, to get proper analysis, we were told to not do this, but the situation was unique, and I figured that it would be easier to handle the screams if they didn't terrify me. What I heard disturbed me beyond what mere words can describe. The best way to offer an explanation would be to provide you with an anecdote from my childhood. I had a dog named Brutus when I was little, a large Labrador retriever that could hold his ground against the toughest predators out there. One time I swear I saw him run off a bear. This dog was loyal. He'd always go with us hunting and making sure that we were protected. It was like he had eyes in the back of his head. One particular hunt, my brother and I decided to go out when it was storming and try to find a few deer that enjoyed grazing after a soft rain. Yet the storm hadn't quite passed us yet, and I fell into this muddy ditch. Brutus came slipping and sliding right behind me. His leg got caught by this gnarly, thorny branch, and he let out this yelp that pierced the rain. I got up and I tried to help him, but it was like attempting to wrangle a fish as it flopped from the water. Brutus was confused and terrified. It struggled so much that it was only making his pain worse with each passing moment. I couldn't seem to pull him free. I told my brother to go get our dad, to try to find a rope so we could perhaps snag the branch up and free Brutus. Meanwhile, he continued to whine and yelp, the thorns digging into his leg muscles the more he fought against the snare.
"Ain't no way to move that branch, it's too muddy. I don't have any good equipment,"
Dad told us when he assessed the situation. He told us to leave Brutus there, and he'd figure it out. But he didn't. Instead, as my brother and I went home, I could hear my dog's shrieks echo across the night air. The sound of suffering, and endless pain. And with each new yelp, it became worse. The sounds across the airwaves of Mars reminded me of my dog and how he died that night, caught in the mud. I was helpless to save him, as helpless as I was to find out the truth about these recordings. I pulled up the location data from the rover to give me an idea where the shriek had come from. Near one of the many wide craters we'd been studying to search for Martian water, I realized the data was still being transmitted, and it told me that the final compiling would come in the morning. It was difficult to wait, but I knew that there wouldn't be many more answers coming that night. Still intrigued by the noises I heard, I decided to pull the audio files from the surrounding area for the past week and see if I could determine any clues. It resulted in a lack of sleep and even less answers. As I pieced together the audio on my home desktop, I noticed that a pattern emerged. The screams were there every so often amidst the data, but they were moving. I pulled out a map of the Martian landscape and began to chart a course where I heard them. As the rover moved and surveyed the area, the noise would sound as though it was following the river. Is there a possibility something was alive on the Martian world and watching over our rover? The painful and anguished screams haunted my dreams. It sounded worse and worse with each new recording. Hearing the silence and the low-thrumming soil of Mars in between the unexpected shrieks was a blessing. My tired brain told me there was more to do, but I had to sleep. And of course, nightmares came when I did. I saw cities that didn't have shape. Metropolitan areas on Mars from ancient times. It reminded me of the old science fiction stories from the 20s, an entire civilization living under the ice. In the dream, something crashed on the surface of the planet. Something from a world unlike any we'd ever encountered. The dream didn't offer it any shape or form. It was just this abomination of noise that was surrounding the entire landscape. The Martians ran and shrieked, the formless creature mimicking their suffering and spreading its awful noise everywhere. The ground shook and swallowed them all up, leaving behind only vibrations. I woke the next day in a cold sweat. It felt like that same noise had permeated my skin. I wanted so desperately to find out what was happening on the Red Planet, so I got to work and immediately checked out the other rovers to see if they picked up mysterious signals. I wanted my dream to be nothing more than my fragile imagination, but as I reviewed the traces of data we had collected, I saw disturbing evidence of something within the soil where the rover had surveyed. Microorganisms, bacterial life that can exist anywhere in the universe. It was migrating through the ground and following the rover. I began to check our data, photographs, and videos from the area that had been downloaded and previously cleaned. Yet, I found nothing. No evidence of a life form near to the area, or at least, not one visible. As much as I hated to do it, I decided to present the data to my manager. I figured they could keep things under control and perhaps alleviate some of the worry I had. These screams were troubling me, making me lose sleep, and I wanted to find a scientific solution that wouldn't terrify me. She promised to review the data, but the next day when I asked her about it, she acted like I had made the whole thing up. That's already been processed and cataloged. I want you to focus on the other findings from the crater, she insisted. When I returned to my research, though, I found copies of the audio files on my computer, which confirmed that I had truly heard these noises. So why was she denying their existence? I tried to move them offline again to have someone outside of our facility review the data, but soon found that the information was now heavily secured. Someone didn't want this to get out, my close friend Steven told me. I showed him the chart of the Martian landscape, the one that I had been reviewing, and he began to trace a pattern from where the different noises had come from. And each time you said that there was a high-pitched noise? He asked. I nodded, and he told me something that should have been plainly obvious. This thing's getting closer and closer. Each time you record it, the pitch is decreasing. The wavelengths are traveling to your slower and slower as well. In other words, something may have gone terribly wrong on the surface of Mars, and we don't even know about it yet. Do you believe it could be something dangerous? I asked. What do the samples show? I reviewed them again. The sudden findings of life that were recorded were now gone, erased completely. Rewinding the trace data showed a shocking result. When the noise came, the bacterial life forms would shrivel as a result. These screams were acting as a pestilence on the Martian world. The next nightmare I had was more vivid. The extraterrestrial parasite which had crashed on the planet was now infecting the ground. I saw a lush and vibrant Mars transformed into the wasteland we knew so well. The civilization that named the planet home was killed in only a matter of weeks, and then the virus ate them alive, devouring every part of their body and possibly even their soul. I saw the invisible effects of the screams on the planet everywhere I looked in my dream. Scars that ran deep into the red core revealed wounds of dead soil, dangerous invisible parasites that eagerly cling to any life that passes by. Suddenly I felt my legs slipping into the crimson soil, being pulled under, dragged down to this Martian hell. I found myself scraping and grasping for breath as dirt and soil was spilling into my throat and I was drowning on this alien world. I woke up gasping and unable to breathe. I ran to the bathroom and began to vomit. What came out of my lungs were particles of sand and red soil. I looked down at my body, astonished to find that I was covered in the color of Mars, from head to toe. Swiftly I bathed, and I shook away the nightmare, disturbed by this sudden telepathic connection I had with the planet. Was this because of the infectious noise that I'd heard? Was it trying to eat me alive with the same way it had the old Martians? I tried again to tell my supervisor the potential threat, but instead of listening, she informed me that I was going to be relocated to a different department. There was evidence that you attempted to retrieve secured audio files recently and share them, which goes against our policy. You're lucky to still have a job at all, she told me. I was astonished at the sudden change in attitude. Her behavior seemed hostile when I brought up the recordings. I'll have the rest of the team review them, but I'm afraid I'll have to ask you to clear out your desk and leave by the end of the day. I did as I was told, but not before I created a small backdoor program to get into their network. It didn't take long, and I was certain that monitoring the noise would be smart for the future. Once finished, I left for lunch and started to download the files to my own laptop. Steven assisted me with it, but told me that most of the files now seemed corrupted. I think your bosses are just doing this on purpose, he said. I think it might be that this noise is affecting them subconsciously, I added as I fidgeted nervously with my fork. Have you tried to play the audio backwards? He asked casually. The thought hadn't even occurred to me. Are you saying it's like a secret code or something? I joked. No, but it could reveal something about the samples we're missing, he told me. As we experimented with the corrupted audio again, I heard distortions and shrieks again, and he immediately became tense. Jesus, that's a nightmare, he whispered. His hair was standing up on edge on his arm, and he kept listening, and I commented, It gets louder every time the rover is obtaining samples. The samples that are transmitting data here. Transmitting whatever this is to Earth? He asked. Neither of us knew what to make of that implication, but he requested to review the data and try to hack it that evening, so I let him. I called my boss that evening, begging her to listen to reason. Something about all this was very wrong. You need to step out of the way of progress. These samples will show us how the entire planet of Mars has evolved into the Eden that it is today. Wait, an Eden? Are we talking about the same planet? I asked, with a soft laugh, but she didn't appreciate the joke. Her tone was serious. What the planet is offering to our world is greater than anything you can imagine. Terraforming an entire world into a perfect environment. It would be a miracle for Earth. I found myself suddenly uneasy talking to her. But the planet of Mars is dead. We've seen that it's deteriorating, perhaps even dying. How is that a blessing for us? I asked. The silence in the next moments was ominous. Death is only consistency in the universe. Life sprung from nothing eons ago. It's inevitable that one day it will be snuffed out. Our time here is for one purpose alone: to serve as fuel for the next cycle. What? I'm sorry. What are you talking about? Then I heard this low thrum behind her as she kept speaking. It's our every existence that is the problem. Life is meant to only feed death, and death, that's eternal, perfect, beautiful. Michelle, do you hear that? I whispered, becoming terrified by the conversation. She sounded possessed. It sounded like the winds of Mars were bristling through her lungs. It is the warning of the future we must prepare for, the inevitable transformation of our own world. My mouth felt dry. These samples that have been taken from the craters, what exactly happens to them? I asked. I think you know the answer to that. They come here. They'll find their way to our world, one way or another. The noise in the background was making my ears feel like they were bleeding. Surrender to evolution. Death is the ultimate phase of all life. I hung up the phone, and I frantically called Stephen, hoping that he was available. Yet I got no answers. I grabbed my keys and decided to race to his house. Those recordings, they were more than just a peculiarity. They were a threat. They were a threat to our world. I tried to knock on his door, but there was no response. I shouted for his attention, yet instead, I heard the same shrill noise. It made me want to cover my ears to get into the fetal position. I pulled myself up and I found a window to crawl into. Inside of his small one-bedroom house, the noise was deafening. My eardrums felt like they could burst as I stuffed wads of paper to soften the intense screams. And then I found Stephen, mutilated on his living room floor. It was clear the injuries were self-inflicted. He had taken one of his kitchen knives. He had sliced off his ears first, stuffing them into his mouth. Then he had sliced his wrists. He let the blood drain out onto his couch, and finally, even as his life ebbed away, it appeared that he had carved open his stomach, letting his guts hang out and dangle onto the carpet. Somehow, despite all of this madness, I saw that my friend had typed a message onto his laptop. A warning. They are listening. I found myself wanting to pick up that same blade and harm myself. This invisible voice, it was urging me to kill, to let death take over my useless body. The blade touched my own neck, cutting into my flesh as I struggled to escape the screams. I managed to get out before I was overwhelmed by that desire. As I drove home, my boss called me again. I panicked and I sent it to voicemail. When I later checked the recording, all I heard was more of the same howling. A slow, methodical, shrill noise. It told me the strange, invisible threat I had heard was now here. I made it home, hardly able to think straight or even focus. Then I managed to compose this warning for others. I've realized that the concerns that Stephen had were even more serious than when he first understood. The dangerous, invisible evil is always on its way here, and worst of all,
may already be too late to stop it.
My dad died nearly 2 years ago. And we just buried him today. Dad was a writer, though you've probably never heard of him. He was known in small circles, celebrated by the community where he lived, but his books will likely never grace the shelves of Barnes & Noble. I say that like it's a fact, but that may never be the case anymore. Dad, like one of those old painters from the 1800s, became infinitely more famous in his death than he ever did in life. People who wouldn't return his calls and wouldn't even think of publishing his work now come to see him from miles away. This probably seems strange given I just told you that he's dead, so, okay, let me start from the beginning. Dad died as he lived. At his keyboard. He's been writing the same book for as long as I can remember. It's a massive 7 or 8 volume series. In one of my earliest memories, I can remember toddling into his office and looking up at him as he smiled at me. His fingers never leaving the keyboard as he plinked away. Dad wrote other things for magazines, for freelance work, but the books were his magnum opus. He would tell anyone who would listen, usually interested friends of mine when I was in high school, how the book would be his greatest work once it was done. He had envisioned 10 books in all, detailing the hero's journey of his main character as he attempted to find his father's murderer across several continents, meeting people, finding clues along the way. I've heard him talk about that book almost every day since I was old enough to understand what he was talking about. But I couldn't tell you much about it. He never let anyone read it. He was so protective of it, and I don't know if more than a dozen people were aware of its existence. That being said, he was always in his study when he had time, tapping away at keys and refining his manuscript for the day that it would be picked up by an editor. I was the one who found him. And it will haunt me for the rest of my life. I was getting ready for college, packing up my things and moving out, and I came to see if he would help me move some furniture into the truck. He had been in his office all day, and I thought maybe he was mad at me. I knew he didn't want me to leave. He was sad to see me go, but he had to understand that I had to go to college. At a full-ride scholarship, I'd be a fool not to use it. Living on the campus, it would give me access to resources that I wouldn't have at home. It seemed like the best choice to move out. I couldn't believe that he couldn't see that. So I stuck my head and I asked him. I was surprised when he didn't turn around. And that only seemed to cement in my head the idea that he was mad at me. He had his back to the door, as he always did, fingers tapping away, and when he didn't say anything, I just stood there and I looked at the back of his head for a moment. He had a bald spot forming, the hair receding away from the center. I thought it a little sad to watch my dad aging in such an obvious way. I asked him again, his fingers never slowing. But when he didn't say anything, I went downstairs and managed to manhandle the desk down to the U-Haul. I decided I wouldn't bother him if he wanted to act like this. He'd fold when it came time for me to leave, apologizing for acting like this, and we'd have a hug before I drove off into the sunset. Around lunchtime, I looked at my now empty room and realized I was finished packing. Mom was at work at the post office, and I had planned to swing in and say bye on my way out of town. We'd said our goodbyes that morning, with lots of tears and hugs over breakfast, and Dad was the only one I felt that I still needed to say goodbye to. So I went upstairs again, saying I needed to leave and wondering if he'd come to give me a hug. His fingers just kept typing away, uninterrupted. "Come on, Dad," I said, stepping inside as he continued to ignore me. "I know you're bummed about this, but it's time for me to get out there and make it on my own. It's not like I'll never be back again. You'll see me on Thanksgiving. That's less than..." But when I put my hand on his shoulder, I noticed how cold it was. Dad had been up here for 3 days writing. Mom said that she didn't think he'd come to bed at all in that time. I mean, that wasn't uncommon for Dad. He would hyperfixate on a project or revisions and lose a day at a time. His office was towards the back of the house on the second floor, so without foot traffic or noise, he could lose himself for days as he worked. He usually came down for food after everyone was asleep, but I couldn't remember hearing him stumbling around lately. I turned him towards me, his hands moving comically in front of him as he swung away from the desk. And as he came away, he began to scream as if someone was stabbing him. I stumbled away, taking in his long face and sunken eyes, and found myself running from the room as I grabbed the phone out of my pocket. Mom said that she'd be home immediately, and as I waited downstairs, I could hear him screaming from his office. Mom came home in a rush, going up the stairs 2 at a time, and when the screaming finally stopped, I breathed a sigh of relief. When she came downstairs, she asked me to come to his office. I need to talk to you about something, and I think this should be a family decision. I came back up to see Dad was still staring into the screen of his MacBook, tapping away like we weren't even there. I don't know how to explain this, but I think your father has died. Looking at his fingers as they went about their tireless typing, I asked her if she was kidding. I mean, Dad was clearly alive. His hands were moving. I could see words on the screen forming coherent sentences. Were they playing a joke or something? None of what she was saying made any sense. I checked his pulse. He has no pulse, no vitals. He's just gone, sweetie. But it appears that he's not quite gone. She tried to move him, and as she turned him away, I could see his lifeless face as it turned to regard me. His jaw had been hanging slack, his eyes open and staring, and as his hands came away from the keyboard, he started screaming all over again. It was a deep and tortured noise, similar to the one he'd made before. Without even meaning to, I turned him back to the keyboard, where his hands started typing again. I asked her what was going on. Mom shrugged as she tried to come up with a reason for it all. His book was important to him, you know that. I think maybe once he finishes it, he might stop on his own. I can't explain what's happening here, but I don't want him to die with his work unfinished. Your father kept saying it wasn't ready, but I'm going to send the first manuscript to his editor. I mean, maybe once he sees it and someone puts it in print, he'll finally be able to rest. But either way, let's keep this between us, okay? I want your father to pass on without regrets, don't you? I nodded, telling her that of course I wanted Dad to die at peace. Then do him this last favor. And don't tell anyone what you've seen here. Promise? I didn't know how to feel about this, but I told her I wouldn't tell anyone. And she thanked me as she hugged me goodbye. I left in my U-Haul unsure of how I felt about the situation, but I kept the secret. I didn't come home much for the next year. I came home for Thanksgiving as promised, but the whole thing felt uncomfortable. Mom and I sat downstairs eating, her curious about how school was going and me filling her in on my studies. As I ate turkey and tried to have a normal conversation over stuffing, all I could focus on was the tapping from upstairs. Mom had closed the door to Dad's office, something that I could never remember happening at any time in my life, but despite her best efforts, the tapping was still audible. There was also a smell from the room at the end of the hall, and I was worried about her living in a house with a decomposing body. She said he hadn't decomposed much, but I think she might have been trying to spare my feelings. Worse than the smell, though, was the tapping. It never stopped. Sounded too loud to be from whole fingers. Despite this, Mom was in pretty good spirits. She said Dad's first book was being edited, and his publicist thought that it would likely be ready for the shelves next year. He couldn't believe my dad had been keeping this gem to himself for so long, and I think that was when I realized how few people Dad had shared his book with. She said the initial payment on the book had allowed her to pay some overdue bills, and she would send him the second book sometime next year. If I release them slowly, it won't seem so odd when he finishes, and I let them know he passed. I asked if his writing had slowed at all. She said he was still typing night and day. He never rests. I've had to start sleeping in my noise-canceling headphones. The sound takes some getting used to, but I think I can almost put it out of my mind. I had meant to stay for a week, but I ended up making excuses and leaving the day after Thanksgiving. The sound of the keys as they clicked away was becoming too much for me to handle. After that, I made excuses not to come home. I told Mom I had a paper due during Christmas and stayed on campus over the holidays. I took extra classes so I didn't have to come home on semesters I would have been able to take a break from. I still called her on the phone, but our conversations became shorter and shorter as time went on. The longer I was on the line with her, the more pervasive the clicking became, and I felt like I could hear it over the phone no matter where she was. My mother's mental state began to deteriorate as well. She had sent the second book to his publicist, and he had fast-tracked it after the first one had done so well. She deflected any sort of interviews or phone calls for Dad, telling them how shy and anxious he was, but people really seemed to want to pick his brain about the direction of the book, and they were becoming harder and harder to put off. She didn't sound like her usual self either. It was clear that she wasn't sleeping, and she said the clicking was getting louder and louder the longer it went on. I tried to do some soundproofing in his office, but it never seems to help. I can't stand to be in there for very long. Even though he's looking at the screen, I can feel him watching me when I'm in there, I think. Mom took a breath, and I could almost see her looking in the direction of his office as she pitched her voice low. I think I can hear something moving around at night. I asked what she meant, afraid that maybe animals had gotten in to try and get at Dad's body, but she said it was just little sounds. You remember how he used to leave his office at night to get food? Sometimes I feel like I can hear someone coming down the stairs in the wee hours of the morning. While I was listening to it the other night, I realized I couldn't hear the keyboard anymore. And that scared me even more. She started crying then, and I think I had already decided to come home that weekend, so we'd sort this out. I hadn't come home in a long time and found a very different woman than I had over Thanksgiving the year before. And why not? It had to be nerve-wracking knowing you were sharing a house with a corpse. Mom looked like she'd aged 20 years. Her hair, light blonde, at the same time I'd been home, was threaded with gray and looked thinner than ever. Her skin sagged, her eyes looked bruised from the bags under them. She was thin to the point of emaciation, and I wondered if she had been eating. And she hugged me. I could feel her ribs pressing against me. And I decided that something had to be done before I lost both my parents. I told her that we had to end this. I told her that we had to put him to rest, but she feebly resisted. He isn't done yet. He's still typing up there. I can't lay him to rest until he finishes. I asked her how long it would be, but she didn't seem to have the answer. I told her I was tired. I wanted to rest. But after I heard her door close and the sound of her springs grumbling, she went to bed. I got up and I went downstairs. I wanted to see what this thing was that was moving around after dark. I knew just the place to hide. There was a small closet in the living room, a place for wrapping paper and old crafts. Mom hadn't gotten around to it yet, and after sliding some things around, I made myself comfortable and cracked the door. It took some time, and I wished that I had some coffee to keep me from dozing in the small, warm space. I was just starting to nod off, my phone showing 3:30 in the morning, when the landing at the top of the stairs creaked. Something glided down almost soundlessly, its body light, and I pressed my eye to the slit in the door to see what it was. It was dark in the living room, the curtains drawn, but I didn't dare turn on a light. If it knew I was here, it might flee, and then I'd have nothing to report to Mom in the morning. Luckily for me, it jostled right by the closet door, and the creature was impossible to miss. It was thin, almost lacking dimension, creaking as it ambled into the kitchen. I held my breath as it disappeared into the dim kitchen, but the pale head was hard to miss. When it turned to look at the closet from the kitchen doorway, I feared I had made a noise. With those empty sockets fixed on the door, I covered my mouth with my hand. When the creature creaked its way into the kitchen and disappeared from sight, I tripped out of the closet and made my way less than gracefully back up the stairs and into my old room. If it heard me, it didn't stop at the door to comment. Only then did I come to the same conclusion that Mom had, realizing what was missing from the silent house. The tapping had stopped. We called the police the next day, me threatening to call them myself if Mom didn't. I didn't know what the thing I'd seen was doing in the kitchen, but I couldn't very well leave her alone with it. She just nodded and picked up the phone, and I think she was ready to call them. She had lived with Dad's corpse for 2 years, and even she had to agree that it was time to end it. The paramedics weren't sure what to make of him, but he was definitely what I had seen the night before as it went to the kitchen. He had mostly rotted, but his bones had moldering flesh still attached in places. His scalp had some hairs clinging to it, the bald spot I had noticed still visible, but we had taken his hands off the keyboards before they got there. When we had taken him from the computer, his scream was little more than a wheeze of protest. He had no vocal cords to scream with, but still, he protested. The police had questions, but I think my mother managed to convince them that it was harmless. She said that when he died, she had gone a little crazy. She couldn't cope with him being gone, so she just pretended he was in his office typing away on his novel. I told them that that was what she had told me for months, and I think they believed me. Dad's remains were taken to the funeral home, and it goes without saying that his funeral was a closed casket affair. As we sat on the front row, though, I heard something that would haunt me until I went into the ground myself. Dad may not have been able to scream, but it seemed his work went on regardless. As I sat there with Mom, my mother sobbing as she heard the all-too-familiar sound, we both heard the low tapping as those bony fingers smacked against the lid of the coffin. I can only assume that they still press against the lid even now. My father's last story, worn into the wood. Worn into the wood. I'm not sure which is weirder. The fact that Dad had a hole in his head, or the fact that he was so unimpressed with it. Dad had come from his job at the steel mill, just as he had 1,000 times. We heard him sit his hard hat by the door as he stripped out of his jumpsuit before coming to dinner. Mom had meatloaf on the table with potatoes and peas, Dad's favorite, and we waited patiently for him to arrive, just like always. Now, this sounds weird to you, that's because it should. Dad had a strange idea that he should go to work, that Mom should stay home, keep the kids, and that everything should be like an episode of Leave It to Beaver when he got home. And I remember for a while that Mom would meet him at the door with a cold glass of beer when he came home, but eventually Dad told her to stop, so the dust from the mill didn't get on her. It was odd, but Dad paid the bills, and that's just how he liked it, so that's what we did. Mom had gotten half of her welcome home greeting out before it curdled in her throat. My brother had already seen it, but I was still looking at the TV around the corner, and I hadn't seen it yet. MTV was playing a song by a band I liked, and I looked up to ask Mom if I could use the bathroom when I noticed Dad's head. Dad, meanwhile, had sat down at the table like nothing was amiss, opening his napkin and putting it on his lap. He was hungry from his day at work, and he had started asking us about our day when he saw how horrified we all looked. "What?" he asked. "What's the matter?" All three of us were speechless for a moment. Well, how did he not realize what had us all gobsmacked? Surely he had to feel that. He had to realize what had happened to him. There was no way that a person could be oblivious to something like that. See, in the center of Dad's forehead was a hole big enough to stick your pinky finger into. It wasn't like a wound. See, wounds usually bleed or appear red or scabby. This one was simply a black hole in his forehead. The edges looked a little ragged, but that more reminded me of a hole that someone had drilled into pavement. As strange as the hole was, the fact that it didn't seem to have an exit point was even stranger. "Honey," Mom asked, trying to be diplomatic about the situation, "did something happen at work today?" "No," Dad said, looking at her speculatively. Well, Stubbings had changed the no-slip grating on the walkways, but it's not really weird. "Are you sure? Nothing odd happened today?" she asked, trying to tiptoe around the matter so she didn't upset him. Sometimes Dad could have a temper, and none of us wanted to see it. "I guess, maybe," he seemed to think about it. "There was that guy I bumped into on the sidewalk. I fell down. He helped me up, but that was nothing." When she continued to look at him skeptically, he set his fork down angrily and glowered at her. "Look, Martha, if you have something to ask, then just go ahead and ask it. I'm trying to eat here." "Dad, there's a huge hole in your head. I was never what you'd call subtle." Dad wrinkled his eyebrows at me. "What the hell are you talking about?" "There's a big hole in your forehead. How do you not feel that? Are you trying to be funny? Because you know I don't like jokes." Despite his gruff tone, he began feeling around his forehead as if trying to find the source of our discomfort. He seemed half-hearted, like he was just doing us a favor by looking in the first place, but when his fingers touched the ragged edges of the hole, he shuddered a little. I didn't think it was a hurt shudder. Not really. It's more like the shudder you get when you find an itch and you scratch it. He inspected it with his fingers for a moment, before getting up to look at it in the bathroom mirror. The three of us hovered just outside the door as he looked at it in the mirror, and it must have looked like some old comedy routine as we waited for his prognosis. After a few minutes of poking and prodding it, he finally turned away and walked past us, leaving us just standing in the hallway. We found him at the kitchen table eating his dinner like any other night. "Sit down," he told us once he noticed that we were there. "Your mother's meatloaf's getting cold." "Dad," I started, but Mom put a hand on my shoulder. "Harold, there's a hole in your head. Don't you think we should go to the hospital?" Dad turned his emotionless gaze on her, making it clear that he didn't want to talk about it. When we didn't move, he growled in his throat in a deeply phlegmy way. "Doctor would just poke at it, charge me an arm and a leg. Not gonna go to no doctor. Sit down and eat." He went back to eating, ignoring us until we returned to the table and began eating again. We all tried not to notice the hole as we ate, but it was hard to ignore. As we sat and watched TV that night, the TV screen seemed to reflect off that dark hole. Mom laughed every time the audience did, but Dad never laughed. Well, that's not true. Dad did this thing when he found something funny. 1 part chuckle, 9 parts phlegmy rumble. When I was a kid, I had asked Mom once why Dad never laughed or smiled, and she told me that he laughed often, smiled daily. "It's just hard to tell with your father. He's not quite as obvious about it as we are." After that, I started paying more attention to Dad. And I'd come to a point where I could pick up on the subtle twitches at the corner of his mouth, the gravelly rumbles when he chuckled, the minute crinkles at the edge of his beetle black eyes. They helped me tell when Dad was in a good mood, when he felt less like hitting and more like patting. And you could maybe ask him for a favor, and when it was best to leave him alone. It was a talent my younger brother never learned, and it was a mistake that often earned him a cuff across the back of the head when he'd try to hit Dad up for money. Dad was enjoying the biplate tonight as Ray Ramon bemoaned everything from his mother to his job, but my mind was still firmly fastened on the hole. As I watched it, I almost fancied that I could see it expand and retract as though it was breathing. I told myself it was the light from the TV. But the longer I watched, the surer I became that it was moving. It was like a ragged mouth, pulling in and pushing out air. It was subtle, like my father's moods. And the longer I watched, the more apparent it became. When my father turned his gaze on me, I realized that he had caught me staring. Either go to bed or stop staring at me. You're creeping me out. I pushed off the love seat and went to my room. I knew I wouldn't be able to focus on anything as long as the hole was on display. The next few days were uneventful, but I noticed that Dad started wearing a hat when he went out somewhere. I wish that he'd wear it inside too, because the hole seemed to always be watching me whenever I was around him. I mean, it wasn't, of course, because it didn't have any eyes, but I could feel that itchy feeling you sometimes get when someone is staring at you. Like it was getting bigger too, but if it pained Dad, he didn't say anything about it. He mostly ignored it. His only exception to ignorance being the hat that he wore outside. My dad was stubborn. But he wasn't foolish. Dad was a sensible person who liked to keep attention off of himself. Over the next 10 days, the hole got noticeably bigger. When we'd first seen it, I could have maybe put a finger inside of it. Now I could have easily put several in there, and still, he refused to go to the hospital. Mom tried to coax him, but he said that it wasn't worth bothering a doctor over. If it was bad, it would hurt, and it doesn't. If it's meant to go away, then it'll do it on its own. He went back to work, he came home, he watched TV, and all the time that hole continued to grow. I found myself looking at my father more and more often, the gaping chasm seeming to look at me, even through his hat when he wore it. I started dreaming about that hole, and in my dreams it oozed and bled, and a single eyeball rolled around and looked at me. No matter what Dad was doing in the dream, the eye stared at me until I came awake gasping. And then, one day, he came to breakfast and the hole had taken in his eyebrows. But it wasn't a hole now, it was more like a pit, crater. Just so happened to sit in the middle of my father's head. My mom was left with an egg halfway to her mouth as she stared into that gaping void. We could all see it breathing now, the push and pull of its respirations as it drew in its terrible breath. Dad sat eating his own eggs and grits, pretending that nothing was wrong. But it was clear that he felt it too. He refused to answer any of us when we called his name and left for work with only half of his breakfast eaten. I noticed that when he came home from work that day, there was a different hard hat on the table in the entryway. The hard hat had a slant to it. It would better cover the hole. Dad may act like nothing was wrong, but I couldn't. I started avoiding him. I would come down for breakfast after I knew he had gone to work. I would make excuses to stay out so I could miss dinner. I did any number of other things to avoid being in the house, but it hardly seemed to matter. I had begun to hear some kind of whispering as I lay in bed at night. And it permeated my dreams as the eye inside began to whisper words I couldn't understand. The words were alien, harsh, and unwantable, but I felt I knew their meaning. My sleep became as ragged as my father's moods, and if I hadn't been barely into my senior year of high school, I think I might have moved out. And then about a month and a half after that spot appeared, Dad didn't come down for breakfast. Mom told us that Dad wasn't feeling well. She said that he must have gotten sick in the night, but the way that her eyes looked told me that something beyond sickness was at play. He didn't go to work that day, and unknown to us, he would never go back to work again. Mom moved into the guest bedroom, and I wouldn't find out till later that it was because Dad locked the door and wouldn't let her in. We could hear him in there as he bumped around. Mom would leave his food in the hallway, but we never saw him take it. This went on until one morning when I forgot my notepad upstairs. I'd been heading to school, leafing through my bag when I realized I'd forgotten my biology notebook. I had a test that day, and I wanted to study before class. I was halfway up the stairs when I heard the door to my parents' bedroom open. I stopped halfway. not sure whether I should continue or not. None of us had seen Dad since he went into hiding. My brother and I had been very curious about what had been happening with the hole. I put my fingers on the carpet and I scampered slowly up the stairs. Peeking over the edge of the stairs as I heard the scrape of silverware being bumped. I could see my dad's back, clad in a robe and knee socks, as he bent over the day's breakfast tray that Mom had left for him. He seemed to be having trouble grabbing it, and his hands threatened to knock over the juice that sat beside the bowl of oatmeal. And then he stood. And I had to put a hand over my mouth as his head came into view. The top of his head looked like nothing so much as one of those cartoon holes that they used to trap each other. It was a swirling black vortex that looked a mile deep. And as he turned to go back into the room, I could see the hole was like some kind of optical illusion. It was exactly as deep on the other side as it was on the back. He turned and he took the tray back into the bedroom. But when he bumped the tray on the corner of the door, I realized why we had heard him banging around so much in those last few days. In my dreams, the hole always had an eye. But in reality, it had stolen my father's sight. The dreams became different after that. Every night I dreamed that my family was eating around the breakfast table. My brother sat to my left, my mom sat to my right. Dad sat across from me, bent over his breakfast as usual. They all sat eating food from a massive pile, their breakfast more like a buffet. I seemed to be the only one paying attention to the strange creature wearing my father's clothes. And the food he ate was pushed into the circling hole atop his head. As I watched, the eye emerged again, but it wasn't alone this time. The eye was in a face, and the face was long and terrible. The skin was tan and leathery, like a hide left in the sun too long. The hair was white and fine, like a corpse's. Its teeth were jagged and yellow, its eyes the cataract threads of the chronically blind. And when his face rolled around to look at me, I would shake as its lips rose into an almost comical grin. As everyone ate, the mouth opened, and a low whispering began to assault my ears. Every night the whisper became a little louder, and over time I came to understand the words. Shally, shally, may, ray, fori, ma, gra, li, roly, gray, ga, su, roly, dre, ma. The words slid into my ears like slugs, coating my brain in the forbidden knowledge they possessed. I wasn't sure what the dreams meant, but I knew they weren't meant for me. Was this the thing that had been staring at me all this time? Was this the reason I had felt watched? As the dreams continued, I began humming or reciting the words that spoke to myself during my day. I'd catch myself making little rhymes out of them. They were never far from my mind. It was almost soothing to speak those words, a balm to the terrible dreams and the terrible fear that wormed its way through my mind. I knew what it wanted me to do. And one night, I did my part. I needed to use the bathroom in the middle of the night, my bladder full to bursting. I was leaving the bathroom when I noticed that the door to my parents' room was open for the first time in a while. There was a noise coming from inside. It sounded pained. I thought maybe one of the dogs had gotten in and gotten hurt, but I think even then I knew what I would find. Dad was on the ground, his swirling head practically hyperventilating as it pulled in and out. The swirls had taken in Dad's shoulders and the top of his chest, and he was lying on the floor and flopping around as his arms protruded from the vortex. I reached down and helped him sit with his back to the bed. He couldn't talk. Probably couldn't even see. but he seemed to understand that I was here to help him. As I looked at the swirling mass, though, I felt the words come to my lips. I don't know if they were intentional, but I know they were the words that needed to be said. Shally, shally, may, ray. Fori, fori, may, gra. Lee, roly, grey, ga. Su, roly, drema. As the words left me, I saw something swirling in the mass of shadows. I was worried that it would be a huge eye like the one that I had seen in my dreams, but I was even more afraid that it would be the ancient face that I often saw amidst the vortex. As it swirled and thrummed, I could see the white hair beginning to sprout from the depths. The head was coming on fast, and as those eyes emerged from the depths, I could see the corners cast up in a smile. My shaky legs took me away from him with small, stuttery steps. His face came free of the murk, but it wasn't done yet. As his head slid free, a withered form emerged beneath it. He was naked, looking like some kind of wizened mummy as his leathery skin slid out of that dark pool. Below the black pit that was my father's head, his body began to shrivel up like a 4th of July firework, becoming blackened and embers before my eyes. The more of that evil thing that came free, the less of him there was. And when his withered feet touched down onto the soft carpet of my parents' bedroom, what remained of my father simply blew away. The old man reached down for the grubby bathrobe that Dad had been wearing and tittered as he pulled it around himself. Took you long enough, but I guess I can't be too upset. You and your father have served me well, though you never realized you were doing it. Your reward is not sharing his fate. Your punishment is knowing you are responsible for my return to this world. What you do with these gifts is up to you. He then left, just walked out of our house and into the night. And as the sun comes up over Mom's kitchen, I realize I've been writing this since I managed to get back to my feet and walk shakily down the stairs. I've been trying to write down as much of my experience as possible so I won't forget any of it. But it's so weird that it's hard to put all of it into words. What the hell was that thing that ultimately killed my father? Did it make the hole in his head? Why him? As I sit here watching the sun come up, I realize I may never know. Hey there kids, it's me, MrCreepyPasta, and thank you so much for watching tonight's video, or by listening to tonight's episode of the podcast, or by finding this in some other way that's not a podcast or a video, which I probably didn't upload, but hey, thank you for listening. And as always, I want to give a big thank you to everybody who supports me on Patreon. That includes everybody who's been waiting for me to update my Patreon, and I thank you all so much for being so patient with me. But especially, I want to give a thank you to Jordan Alexander Sanchez, Jacob Fensky, Stephanie Butler, Bobby Carmen, Chance Burnett, Donna Krause, Tristan Pelton, Acid System, Adam Garrick, Aaron Stormcrow, Ika Limchalk, Amber Clark, Angelus, Atomarus, Bastion Beefcake, Blue the Enigma, Braden Morris, Broken Beast 320, Captain Scurvy, Caspian, Shelly J, Corey Kenshin, Cronut 509, Crusader Chocobo, Cryptic Nightmares, Curse Pox Primarch, Dakota Lane Whetstone, Daniel Paulson, Darth Miver, deleted account, Dirt Diver 030, M, Esteban, Fester's Lampshade, Freddy Krueger, Gorag Trimagazine, Grand Moth the Milky, Hades' Nephew, Happy Birthday Jason Wilson, Harley, Himbo Jerry, Horseman Sect Time, Insanity Gamer X, Jay Cairns, Jesus Cornell, Jordan Humble, Justin LaFontaine, Kaylee Ambrose, Kiri the Sloth, Crazy Kid, Cryolinian, Lambda M98, Lisa Cottrell, Little Crow, Lord Life's Best, Lupita Galvin, Love You Eminem, Matt Bach, Melted Lake, Michael Allen Jr. Brashears, Mike, Mr. Marcus Blitz, Nate Cull, Nico Kayo, Psychomel, Red Shadow Cat, Rob Like Sharp Things, Samahai, Sashi Suzaku, Seclude, Stricken, Tali Sue, Tater Chip, That Creepy Chick, The Ginger Bros, Turtle Man, Voice of Sand, William King, Xavier and Cheyenne, Yargul, and Zachary Graphius. If you would like to join this list of names that I horribly mispronounce, then please head over to patreon.com/MrCreepyPasta, or you can always check out the names in the description down below, or you can honestly support for even just $1, because it really helps me out when you guys do, and I appreciate it infinitely. So thank you all on Patreon. Thank you all so, so much. Thank you for watching on YouTube and subscribing and liking videos and leaving comments about videos that you like, or leaving comments about why I haven't finished the 4th audiobook yet, or leaving comments about new stories that you've seen and you'd like to see on this channel. And to everyone, sweet dreams.